Itu. Itu. Welcome to the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga. As one of the pioneers of public health faculties in Indonesia, the Faculty of Public Health Universitas Airlangga has been the point of reference for public health higher education, which give impacts to the quality of life locally, nationally, and globally, based on excellence and religious morality. Responding to the global public health challenges, we provide education with competent lecturers to produce best graduates and professionals in public health sciences and nutrition science who are proactive, innovative, professional, and capable of adapting to the digital era. Its study program in Faculty of Public Health have been accredited A by Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and Health. Its public health undergraduate study program's curriculum has gained international accreditation by APEA and international certification by AUN. Five departments in Faculty of Public Health Universitas Airlangga are Department of Health Administration and Policy, Department of Epidemiology, Population Biostatistics and Health Promotion, Department of Nutrition, Department of Occupational Health and Safety, Department of Environmental Health. 9 study programs in Faculty of Public Health Universitas Airlangga are Public Health Undergraduate Study Program, Nutrition Undergraduate Study Program, Public Health Undergraduate Study Program in School of Health and Life Sciences, Universitas Airlangga in Banyuwangi, Public Health Master Study Program, Health Administration and Policy Master Study Program, Occupational Health and Safety Master Study Program, Environmental Health Master Study Program, Epidemiology Master Study Program, Public Health Doctoral Study Program. In addition to academic activities, Faculty of Public Health students are also active in student club activities, such as choir club, basketball club, dancing club, traditional art club, music bands, community service program, and other student activities. Faculty of Public Health Universitas Airlangga provides modern facilities to support academic activities such as computer labs, epidemiology labs, nutrition lab, audio-visual aid lab, environmental health lab, and Occupational Health and Safety Lab. Faculty of Public Health has established strategic partnership with top universities from various continents, including Asia, Australia, Europe, and America. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the digitalization in any aspect of higher education, and Faculty of Public Health has applied hybrid learning system to continue its teaching and learning process amid pandemic. Freedom of Learning Independent Campus, or MBKM, is a program of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, which supports the Faculty of Public Health in preparing graduates for Industry 4.0 and Society 5.0 era. MBKM is an autonomous and flexible learning process in higher education that cover internship, independent projects, entrepreneurship, and student mobility, either domestic mobility or international mobility. Faculty of Public Health as MBKM Center of Excellence has collaborated and established partnership with other study programs in the university and other universities.
Mengacu kepada visi Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Airlangga dalam 5 tahun ke depan dan memperhatikan program strategis Universitas Airlangga Smart University, maka Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Airlangga juga memiliki 3 tujuan strategis, yaitu rekognisi, kepercayaan, dan bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, khususnya dalam bidang kesehatan masyarakat, serta mewujudkan pembelajaran yang unggul dan berkarakter, peningkatan produktivitas riset dan publikasi, serta pendayagunaan hasil riset yang berdampak signifikan terhadap capaian Sustainable Development Goals.
Join us and make your dreams come true with the Faculty of Public Health Universitas Airlangga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Atoillah Isfandiari, Magister Kesehatan as the Vice Dean of Public Health Faculty Universitas Airlangga. The Honorable Insinyur Subekhan, Sarjana Teknik, MPSDA, IPU, as an engineer as Chairman of the Construction SOA QHSE Forum. The Honorable Dr. Abdul Rohim Toaleka as the head in the Department of Occupational Health and Safety, Public Health Faculty, Universitas Airlangga. The Honorable Dr. Oktorianto, SIP, MA, representative from expert staff of the Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia as keynote speaker today. The Honorable Association Professor Riza Yosia Sunindijo from University of New South Wales, Australia as the speaker. The Honorable Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul from University Malaysia Pahang, Al Sultan Abdullah, Malaysia. The Honorable Dr. Sang Jiang from University of Science and Technology China as the speaker. The Honorable Dr. Indriati Paskarini, Sarjana Hukum Magister Kesehatan from Universitas Airlangga Indonesia as the speaker. The Honorable Representative of the Least Government Ministries of the Republic Indonesia and also the Honorable Representative of National Occupational Safety and Health Council. And also our lecturer from Public Health Faculty Universitas Airlangga, and we would like to welcome the audience who are attending today's event, Strengthening Human Resources in the Construction Industry for Improving Occupational Safety and Health and Productivity in commemoration of the National Occupational Safety and Health Month 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this agenda, let me introduce myself. My name is Bian Sabri Putri Irwanto. It's a precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony on this very special occasion. First of all, let's say thanks to God who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special morning, we have several agenda as follows: opening, safety induction, singing Indonesia Raya and Hymne Airlangga, speech from Dr. Muhammad Atoilah as the Vice Dean of Public Health Faculty Universitas Airlangga, speech from Honorable Insinyur Subhan as head of the Construction SOE QHSE Forum. Keynote speaker delivery from Dr. Oktorianto. Take a picture together. Main lecture from Association Professor Riza Yosia Sunindijo, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul, and Dr. Sangjang. Q&A, main lecture from Insinyur Subhan and Dr. Indriati Paskarini. Q&A, certificate submission, and the last is closing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, let's begin this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we start the next agenda, I will read the safety induction first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our safety induction for this event. The first of all, this event will be conducted via the Zoom application and attended from participant respective homes or study space. Participants are advised to maintain an appropriate viewing distance from their personal computer, laptop, or mobile device. It is also recommended that participants ensure economic seating posture for comfort throughout the event. Therefore, please be mindful of electrical hazard related to charger cables or power outlet in your surrounding. And the last but not least, we wish you an engaging and successful participant in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, move on to the next agenda is singing Indonesia Raya and Hymne Airlangga.
Berdiri, jadi bangun.
Himne Airlangga. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech. The first speech will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Atoillah as the Vice Dean of Public Health Faculty Universitas Airlangga. For Dr. Muhammad Atoillah, the time is yours.
Okay, is my voice is audible? Already audible? Sorry. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Ato.
Okay,
Clear.
thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, speakers, participants, and yeah, of course, all the committee, and especially Dr. Okto Irianto from the Ministry of Infrastructure Coordinator and Regional Development. Thank you for coming and being our keynote speaker this morning. Well, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga, which is today have to be visit Melbourne University in Australia. It is both an honor and privilege actually to welcome all of you with this remarkable international webinar entitled Strengthening Human Resources for OSH Excellence in Construction Productivity. I think this is quite a trend right now. This event is held in commemoration of the 2025 Indonesian Occupational Safety and Health month, and it reflects our institution's dedication to advancing workplace safety, and as you know, like a key pillar of sustainable development. So occupational safety and health has long been a field of paramount importance, particularly in the construction sector, where challenges and risks are heightened. Yeah. These sectors not only drives economic growth, but also significantly impact the well-being of a million of workers globally, not only in Indonesia. So recognizing this, today's webinar, I think it will serve as a platform to exchanging knowledge, fostering collaboration. Atau gimana? Oke. Saya sama protokoler ya. Saya diantar protokoler ya. Iya. Okay. So yeah, I will make it short because I was invited to another occasion. So fast forward, welcome everyone to the international webinar and enjoy the webinar. Thank you. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Sorry, ya.
wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr. Rakta, for the speech. And the second speech will be delivered by Engineer Subhan, ST, MPSDA, IPU, ASEAN Engineer as head of the Construction SOE QHSE Forum. The time is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks for the all of committee for this event, International OS Conference with the topic strengthening human resource for achieving national impact and national competitiveness in construction sector. And we would like to thank you for the honorable keynote speak from Minister of Coordinator of Infrastructure Indonesia, Dr. Okto. We grateful thanks also for the Minister of Public Work and also for the Minister of Transportation and also for the Minister of State-owned Enterprises, and also special thanks for our college in Forum QHSE State-owned Enterprise, and also for the Board of Director of State-owned Enterprise of Indonesia, like Adikarya, Waskita Karya, Wijaya Karya, Amarta Karya, Utama Karya, Yodya Karya, Virama Karya, and all of membership of Forum. In this webinar, we hope any goals, especially for the increasing the commitment of occupational safety and health in construction sector, because construction sector is very significant increasing for the national economic growth. So in this international webinar, will be attend from the international speakers from Australia and from Malaysia, also from the China, and especially for the national top universities, Universitas Erlangga. Finally, Finally, for this international event, we want to create the global networking. We want to create the global commitment for the increasing occupational safety and health in construction sector. Also in Indonesia, many big project will be done in this year, yeah. And transportation facilities, also the water resources building will be strengthening with the safety commitment and safety awareness. Thank you for this opportunity for us and enjoy this webinar. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Subhan, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move to the next agenda, keynote speaker delivery from Dr. Oktorianto, Sarjana Ilmu Politik, Master of Arts, from expert staff of the Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia. For Dr. Okto, we invite you to deliver an extraordinary keynote speaker. The time is yours, Dr. Okto.
Tes dulu, apakah bisa didengar suara saya?
Bisa, Bapak.
Bisa.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished
Waalaikumsalam.
Profesor Dr. Santi Martini, Dr. Magister Kesehatan, Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga, esteemed speakers, honored participants from various academic and industrial institutions, ladies and gentlemen. Infrastructure is the foundation upon which we build our future. As the coordinating ministry for infrastructure and regional development, our role is to coordinate the efforts of 5 key ministries: Land Affairs and Spatial Planning, Public Works, Transportation, Housing, and Transmigration. Our work is driven by a bold and strategic vision, as outlined by President Prabowo Subianto, which aims to 1. Achieve ambitious economic growth of 8%, a necessary target for progress. 2. To attain resilience in food, energy, and water security. 3. Eradicate extreme poverty across the nation. 4. Enhance the quality of human resources by addressing disparities in education, healthcare, and economic inequality. 5. Build resilience and sustainable infrastructure that transform not only physical landscapes, but also lives. To realize this vision, we focus on 3 strategic priorities. First, to facilitating coordination among ministries and agencies to ensure the seamless implementation of infrastructure project. Second, optimizing regional development through integrated spatial and infrastructure planning. Third, promoting sustainability by prioritizing renewable energy, environmental protection, and climate resilience. Our agenda includes key initiatives such as developing connectivity infrastructure to boost inter-island trades and logistics, enhancing access to basic services such as water, sanitation, and housing in underserved regions, accelerating the growth of spatial economic zones to attract investment and generate employment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the construction sector is a vital pillar of national development. Its strategic role in supporting infrastructure and regional growth necessitates a strong commitment to occupational safety and health, or OSH, standards to ensure sustainable productivity. Effective OSH practices not only protect workers, but also enhance productivity. By implementing a robust OSH system, we can reduce downtime, improve efficiency, and optimize the outcomes of construction projects. In essence, safety is the key to long-term productivity. These efforts align closely with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 8, which promotes decent work and economic growth, and Goal 9, which focuses on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. However, as we know, the construction sector faces significant challenges. Based on data from the Ministry of Manpower, the number of workplace accidents, including occupational illnesses, has shown a troubling upward trend over the past 3 years. In 2022, there were 289,137 cases of workplace accidents. This number rose to 370,747 cases in 2023. And by October 2024, the figure had already reached 356,383 cases. This statistic underscores the urgent need to strengthen our efforts in creating safe and productive working environment. Dearest participant, the theme of this webinar, Strengthening Human Resources for OSH Excellence in Construction Productivity, is highly relevant. Enhancing the quality of human resources in OSH is fundamental to fostering a strong safety culture. Allow me to highlight a few key points. 1, enhancing workforce competence in construction. Through continuous training and certification, we must ensure that the workforce possesses the knowledge and skills necessary to implement best practices in OSH. 2, promoting technological innovation in OSH. Adopting technologies such as safety sensors, digital monitoring platform, and AI application can improve efficiency while ensuring worker safety. 3, fostering stakeholder collaboration. Collaboration among the government, academia, and industry is essential to develop better policies and implement evidence-based practices on the ground. 4, cultivating an OSH culture in companies. A strong safety culture must be at the core of every business process in construction companies. It is not just the responsibility of management, but also of every individual. 5, supporting sustainable national development goals. In the context of OSH, productivity should never come at the expense of safety. On the contrary, exceptional safety practices form the foundation of long-term productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar provides a platform for all of us to share experiences, ideas, and solutions. I'm confident that through strong collaboration, we can elevate Indonesia construction industry to a new height. An industry that is not only productive, but also safe, innovative, and sustainable. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Faculty of Public Health at Universitas Airlangga and the Forum QHSE BUMN Konstruksi for organizing this outstanding initiative. May today's discussion bring great benefit to all of us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oktorianto, for amazing explanation for keynote speaker in this event. For Dr. Okto, please don't leave first. Before we move on the next activity, we would like to present a certificate for Dr. Okto to Dr. Abdul Rahim Toaleka as the head in Department of Occupational Health and Safety, Public Health Faculty, Universitas Airlangga. We would like to present the certificate.
Thank you, Mas, Dr. Okto Erianto, for your presentation.
Thank you as well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a memory, let's take a picture together. For Dr. Oktorianto, please wait a moment before because we wanted to take a picture together. For the all participant, could to the participant to turn on your camera, please. For the committee, please help me to catch up the picture. 1, 2, 3, cheers. For the next page, 1, 2, 3, please. The next 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Okto, for your time and chance to attend this event. And see you again, Dr. Okto. Once again, thank you, Dr. Okto, our keynote speaker today as expert staff of the Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is my lecture from Association Professor Riza Yosia Sunindijo. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is my lecture from Association Professor Riza Yosia, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul, and Dr. Sang Xiang. And in this agenda, we'll be leading by Ms. Dayinta as moderator for this session. Hello, Ms. Dayinta.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Dayinta. Before we start the main lecture, let me read Ms. Dayinta CV. Dayinta Anissa Syaiful is a dedicated lecturer in the Department of Occupational Health and Safety in Universitas Airlangga. She holds dual master degrees in Global Public Health from Griffith University and Occupational Health and Safety from Universitas Airlangga, with significant achievement, including the Griffith Award for Academic Excellence. Her expertise spans research methodologies, industrial psychology, and workplace safety, complemented by technical skills in data analysis and software. It was amazing. Her research focused on psychosocial work environment and safety leadership, with publication in established journal. Additionally, she actively participates in community volunteering and excels in collaborative projects with academic and industry professionals. For Ms. Dayinta, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. Thank
Yeah,
you, Ms. Bian.
Okay, for Ms. Dayinta, the time is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Bian, for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dayinta, and I would like to greet all of the audiences here and all the participants. Welcome to our international webinar under the title Strengthening Human Resources for Achieving Occupational Safety and Health Excellence and Improving Construction Productivity. I'm Dayinta, a lecturer in Occupational Health and Safety Department, and it is my honor to serve you as your moderator in this first session. I'm delighted to have an esteemed panel of speakers in this first session who will share their expertise in occupational safety and health, especially in the construction sector. Before we begin, I would like to remind all the attendees a few important points. First of all, please keep your microphones muted during this session. And if you have any question, feel free to drop them in the chat box. And this session will be recorded as well. And the free certificate will be provided for all the participants who write down the present list for this session. Now, let's get started for the first speaker. In the presentation, let me introduce Dr. Riza Yosia. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, our first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Riza Yosia Suninijo, and he has the leadership experiences in higher education, including Deputy Head of School Research, Director of Postgraduate Research, Ethics Executive, and Undergraduate Coordinator. Experience in managing and assessing research grants, including grants offered by the Australian government through the Australian Research Councils. World's top 2% scientist in 2023 and 2024, according to Stanford University. And Dr. Riza having the research expertise in work health and safety, mental health and well-being, women in construction, leadership, and construction in developing countries. Fourth, Dr. Yosia have the construction project management experience with Lendlease and Jones Lang LaSalle. As of October 2024, Dr. Yosia published 1 book, 2 book chapters, 87 journal articles, and 31 conference papers, with a Google Scholar citation in 3,713, with H index 33. So let me welcome you, our first speaker in this international webinar, Dr. Riza Yosia Suninijo. The floor is yours. Hello,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Yosia.
Hello, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me as well. I'll start by sharing my screen. Okay. Yes, so I'll start my presentation now. So today, my presentation will focus on mental health for improving occupational safety and health and productivity in construction. So I'm from the School of Built Environment. If I may just briefly again introduce myself, I'm currently the Deputy Head of School Research at the school. My educational background, I started as a civil engineer, but then I shifted, I guess, my education into a more construction related. I do have construction experience as well. So because of my educational background, so I started as a structural engineer, but then from there, I continue my career to work in the construction industry. So Lendlease is the largest construction company in Australia, and Jones Lang LaSalle is the second largest real estate company in the world. So today I'm a full-time academic staff at UNSW. You can see my other hobbies as well. I do have my YouTube channel if you're interested to see what I have been doing so far in terms of construction research and teaching. And I also can be contacted, or if you want to connect with me, you also can connect with me through LinkedIn. A quick introduction concerning UNSW. So UNSW is actually ranked number 19th in the world. We have 77,000 students at the university. Roughly about 1/3 of them are international students. In the past 5 years, we received $3.7 billion in research income. Built environment itself, we do research in digital and smart built environments, healthy and equitable built environments, and sustainable built environments across 7 disciplines. We have architecture, interior, landscape, city planning, industrial design, computational design, and construction. I am part of the construction department. UNSW Built Environment is ranked number 35 in the world for the built environment discipline, and we are home to 7 world's top 2% scientists. So that is just a quick introduction of the school and UNSW. I would like to start my presentation with the importance of the construction industry. I think Dr. Okto has explained into a certain extent the importance of the industry. So just a bit more dimensions, I suppose, to show the significance of the industry. The first one, in terms of economic, I think it's very clear the industry contributes strongly to GDP and socio-economic development in the country. In Australia, for example, it contributes to about 10 to 11% of the GDP. In terms of social contributions, the industry employs a huge number of people. Again, in Australia, roughly 10% of the workforce is working in the construction industry. It supports other industry as well by providing important infrastructure and facilities. So therefore, it adds values to other industries. For example, public health, the doctors, they work in clinics and hospitals. The clinics and hospitals are built by the construction industry. In terms of environment, the industry is one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions. So therefore, there are opportunities for promoting sustainable development by integrating sustainable technologies in what we do. And finally, well-being, it contributes to positive well-being because it develops the important facilities, utilities that we use on daily basis. So those are examples of the importance of the construction industry. Now, because my research focuses on mental health, or my presentation, and well-being, so I would like to present the mental health status in Australia. In 2023, we had 3,214 deaths by suicide, so roughly about 9 deaths per day, or 11.8 deaths per 1,000 people. If we want to understand the risk factors, then we can dig deeper. For example, about 75% of the cases were males. So therefore, males are more vulnerable when it comes to suicide. That is one risk factor. Another one, the risk of males aged 25 to 54 with no university degree is 2.6 times higher than males with a university degree. So another risk factor is actually the level of education, which is, in this case, is reflected whether a person has a degree or not. So those with lower educational achievement usually will be at a high risk of experiencing suicide. Suicide is also the leading cause of death for young people aged 15 to 24. So therefore, age is also another risk factors. So because of this condition, of course, it's not acceptable, the high rate of suicide. There is an effort to improve the mental health status in Australia, the entire country. If we look the condition in the Australian construction industry, is actually even worse. The rate of suicide among male construction workers is about twice the rate of other male workers. And the majority of construction workers are obviously men, because it is a male-dominated industry. So therefore, it's even more serious. You can see some statistic there, the suicides among male construction workers from 2001 to 2019. When they work in the construction industry, interestingly, their suicide rate is automatically double the industry average. So for construction, the rate is about 26 deaths or suicide per 100,000 workers, while for non-construction, the rate is basically half. The same trend we can see among female construction workers, although the rate is much lower, but still those working in the construction industry, the rate is almost double also for female workers. So it is a serious issue. So therefore, it's interesting because working in construction, in a sense, it's a risk factor of suicide. And therefore, there is a push to improve mental health and well-being in the Australian construction industry. Another reason why we need to improve mental health and well-being because of the costs associated with poor mental health. It is estimated that poor mental health is costing the country about $8 billion annually. So therefore, if we can improve the mental health and well-being, then these costs can be allocated for other aspects to improve the socio-economic development of the country. So that's another incentive why we would like to focus on improving the mental health and well-being in the Australian construction industry. So therefore, because of that incentive or motivation to improve mental health and well-being, I started doing research in this area. So this is one of my early research. As you can see, it has been published in Journal of Construction Engineering and Management. So in this research, I surveyed construction professionals in Australia, and the intention is to assess their stresses, so the sources of stress that they experienced, the coping strategies that they use to manage the stresses, and also their 3 mental health conditions represented by depression, anxiety, and stress. In this research, I wanted to establish the interrelationship between the stresses, the coping strategies, and the mental health conditions. So quickly, this is the finding. The top stressors, they're actually the same for men and women. The top 4 stresses: high level of time pressure, excessive workload, long work hours, and unpleasant nature of work. So you can see for male and female, the ranks are pretty much similar. All the stresses are related to the work nature and culture in construction. So basically, they are related with the way the construction industry operates. And the same findings are reflected in other studies as well, not only in Australia, but also in other countries, both developed and developing countries. So it seems like this work nature and culture are similar throughout the world. So that is, again, something which we need to pay attention to. When I try to compare the stresses between females and males, so this table shows the significant differences in terms of the stresses experienced by female and males construction professionals. The first one, for example, differential treatment because of gender, ethnic background, and so on, and then bullying and sexual harassment. So those so-called social and ethical stresses are experienced by females more than males. On the other hand, males, they experience more in terms of unpredictable work hours and shifts, financial difficulties, because usually men are the breadwinner or the main providers for their families, working night shifts, because usually, again, men are working on site more often than women, and they are allocated to work in night shifts. And unfavorable equipment conditions, which is the same because they tend to work on site, so therefore they are more exposed to this particular stressor. So the main point here is that men and women, they experience different stresses. So therefore, if you want to improve mental health for men and women, there should be different strategies to do so. The mental health conditions, again, in terms of depression, anxiety, and stress, the outcomes are presented here. Female and male, so those are from my research, and then I compare the scores with previous research, Australian general population, and then construction project managers, and also Australian nurses. The findings, the scores are still within normal ranges, so I guess that's a good outcome. There is a significant difference in terms of anxiety and stress. So in this case, women were more anxious and stressed than men when they are working in the construction industry. An important finding is that the scores are higher than past research. So if you compare with general population, construction project manager, and nurses, so obviously construction project manager and nurses are high-risk industries, the scores in the past research, in the most recent research, which I did, are higher than past research. So it may show a trend that the condition is worsening. The top 10 stressors, so I did the correlation, the top 10 stressors with the levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. So there are positive correlations between those 10 stressors and the levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. So basically, when the stresses increase, then the levels of depression, anxiety, and stress increase as well. The next one is coping strategies. So what construction professionals do to alleviate or to manage the stresses which they experience. So in this research, I assessed 10 types of stresses which can be classified further into problem-focused, emotion-focused, and maladaptive coping. Problem-focused basically is focusing on tackling the stressor directly. So doing something actively to improve the situation or to manage the stressors. So that is the meaning of problem focus. This is usually the best way to manage stressors and improve mental health. So if we can manage the stressors, if we can do something with the stressors, then it's good to do it, to be active. The second one is emotion-focused coping. This one focuses on regulating our emotions. So even though when there are stresses, then we still can manage our emotions. So therefore, the stressors do not influence our being adversely by managing our emotions. It's good. So this coping strategy is good if the stresses are beyond our control. So if we can't control the stresses or the problems, then we need to manage ourselves, managing our emotions, so we are not affected negatively by the stresses. And then we have maladaptive coping as well. Essentially, these are bad coping strategies because if we do so, usually they will worsen our mental health status. So I assessed 10 coping strategies, and you can see the differences, I suppose, between female and male construction professionals. The good thing is that for both female and male, they tend to use positive coping strategies, like the first one, positive reappraisal, active coping, which is trying to solve the problem, and also acceptance. So those are positive coping mechanisms, and both female and male professionals use them. And it's good to see as well that maladaptive coping tend to be avoided by both respondents. So mental disengagement, for example, behavioral disengagement, alcohol, drug disengagement, they tend not to use them. When we compare between female and male, you can see, for example, the seeking social support. So female tend to seek more social support. Usually they tend to be more open than men in terms of this coping strategy. Likewise, venting of emotions, female tend to use this coping strategy more often than men. Interestingly, men turn to religion more often than female. Now, in this analysis, I established the correlations between the coping strategies and the mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, and stress. Again, I separated between female and male. For female, as you can see, active coping, which is ranked second, when female professionals use active coping, it can actually reduce their levels of depression and anxiety, which is a good thing. So if they are active, they are proactive, trying to address the stresses, then it has a potential to reduce depression and anxiety. In contrast, when they use maladaptive coping like behavioral disengagement, denial, alcohol, and drug, then those coping strategies will increase the levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. So therefore, they need to be avoided. For males, the result shows that maladaptive coping also has negative impact on their mental health. Mental disengagement, behavioral disengagement, and also alcohol drug disengagement have positive correlation with depression, anxiety, and stress, meaning if they use them, they can increase their levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. Another key finding is that problem-focused coping, like positive reappraisal, acceptance, and active coping, do not correlate with the levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. So even though male professionals are trying to do the right things by using problem-focused and emotion-focused coping, it seems that those coping strategies do not improve their mental health. Well, at least they don't reduce their mental health, but they are not adequate to improve their mental health either. So something which we need to pay attention to. So therefore, for male professionals, they need additional support mechanisms if we want to improve their mental health. The key findings from this initial research: female professionals, they suffer more anxiety and acute stress symptoms than male professionals. And work culture is the main source of top stressors for both genders. So something which we need to pay attention to, something which we need to improve or change if we want to improve mental health and well-being. For women, addressing discrimination, bullying, and sexual harassment are the ways if you want to attract and retain women in the construction industry, because it seems that they experience more of these social and ethical stressors than men. Individual coping strategies are less effective. As I said earlier, yes, they can use it, but these individual coping strategies, even though they are positive strategies, they cannot improve the mental health of construction professionals, especially among men. And therefore, changing culture is needed. But this is difficult. It requires the involvement of influential stakeholders, the government, major construction clients, big developers, large construction organizations, because they have the resources to do so, and construction industry associations to create awareness and also to slowly change the industry culture. So from there, okay, so now we know, yes, there are stresses in the construction industry, and those stresses can worsen mental health conditions, for example, like depression, stress, and anxiety. So now what should we do? First, we need to be aware of the problem. And we also need to be aware of another perspective. So this is the dual continuum theory of mental health. In this theory, having good mental health is not only about eliminating mental illness, but also the promotion of mental well-being. So it's not only about removing negative mental health, like again, depression and anxiety, but also it's about promoting mental well-being. So therefore, there are two dimensions of mental health. The graph on the right-hand side, I guess, gives a visualization of this theory. We have high mental well-being and low mental well-being, and then we have mental illness and also low mental illness. The goal is for construction workers to have high mental well-being and low mental illness, which is the flourishing mental state. So now, past research tends to focus on the negative aspects of mental health, which is mental illness. Again, depression, anxiety, burnout, stress out, and so on. But not many research has focused on mental well-being or positive mental health. So therefore, I did research in this area, positive mental health. You can see the publication there. Here, as the first stage, we developed a scale to assess positive mental health or mental well-being. Positive mental health has 4 dimensions: emotional well-being, basically feeling happy, feeling satisfied, and achieving effective balance. And then psychological well-being, accepting ourselves, feeling good about ourselves, strength and limitation. Autonomy, so the ability to make personal decisions, feeling comfortable in the environments where we are, and then opportunities for personal growth, and having a clear meaning of life. Social well-being, obviously, is about connecting with other people, opportunities to grow networks, to contribute to society, and having coherence. It means our belief is aligned with the society belief and culture. And the last one, we have spiritual well-being. Essentially, is about being near to God, connected with the environment in terms of sustainability and the feeling of personal fulfillment. So basically, the religion and the belief is aligned with the indicators of success at work and in the community. So we develop this scale to assess the level of positive mental health in the construction industry. Another way, so that is the first one. We need to be aware of the problem of mental health, and then we need to be aware that mental health involves mental well-being and also mental illness, negative and positive mental health. The next one is about stakeholders and mental health promotion. Why? Because there is a lack of awareness of the availability of interventions. So we have coping strategies, and then some companies, they have initiatives as well to improve mental health. Even in the industry in Australia, we have kind of like an institution to improve the mental health of workers in construction. It's called MATES in construction. But some people are still not aware of the available support mechanisms. So we need to improve the awareness. Poor help-seeking behavior, making interventions ineffective. So people are aware, but then somehow they are not willing to use the interventions or the support mechanisms. So therefore, there is a need to make those interventions more attractive through understanding young construction workers' stakeholder preferences. So in this research, my focus is on young construction workers because they just started their career in construction. If we can maintain their mental health, so this can improve the mental health in construction in the future. So we need to know how those stakeholders can help construction workers to be more aware concerning mental health and to use the mental health interventions already available. We conducted interviews and then we collected data from more than 400 construction workers to understand their preferences. The most preferred stakeholders, interestingly, for young people are actually academia. So they say, well, health literacy should be introduced at school, basically at high school, for example. There should be something, a curriculum, should be part of the curriculum concerning this health literacy, so they know how to maintain their mental health and well-being. They also like academia because of their closeness to youth, because obviously they educate young people, so therefore they like it when they interact with academia. Media is another preferred medium as well, social media, TikTok, Instagram, and so on, because young people, they tend to use those social media to find information, so they can be a good opportunity to introduce the issue of mental health and well-being. Other young construction workers and also youth activists, because of the feeling of connectedness, so therefore the construction workers, the young ones, usually they can relate better with these stakeholders. The least preferred stakeholders, OHS regulators, because they feel that they are ineffective, they are invisible, they don't know who they are, they rarely appear on site, and they are also weak enforcers when it comes to improving mental health, because usually this is not their focus. They tend to focus more on the physical safety aspect. Government agencies is also another least preferred stakeholder because of the negative perceptions on the government and the lack of trust. Other stakeholders involved, which can be involved, usually they have neutral or a bit more positive perceptions on them. Construction stakeholders, family and community, and also health professionals. So by understanding their preferences, we also can approach construction workers better if you want to introduce this issue of mental health and how to manage mental health. Understand preferences to engage workers and improve mental health interventions. Like what I said earlier, start mental health literacy at school as early as possible to equip young people and government agencies, because young people tend not to trust them. They can engage young workers and youth activists to support intervention efforts. So there is a way to build the awareness and making sure that they use the interventions already available out there. So there is so this is one strategy to improve mental health. Another one, we also can use technology. There are so many technologies available out there. In this example, I give the example of prefabrication, which has been published in that book chapter. I use a case study in this research, so bathroom pot. So basically the entire bathroom is built in a factory. You can see the end result there. So basically that bathroom on the right-hand side is brought on site and then lifted by crane, and then just simply put on in the house. 52 bathroom pots in 26 homes in Melbourne. So everything is completed in a factory. This is the comparison between traditional approach of constructing a bathroom and using prefabrication approach. So if we build the same number of bathrooms, and this is the comparison in terms of scheduling, number of phone calls, number of emails, number of meetings, and the number of inspections, the amount of time to inspect the work. So you can see when we use prefab, we can reduce a lot of things in relation to these coordination activities. Scheduling, for example, we can reduce the notifications by 78%. The amount of phone calls is reduced from 61 hours to 15 hours. The number of emails, 94% reduction. The number of meetings, or the amount spent in meetings, 40% reduction. And the amount spent for inspections was also reduced by 71%. So a lot of improvements when we use prefabrication. And this will simplify the coordination activities, and as a result, the mental health of workers can be improved because they require less time to perform these activities and can reduce their workload as well. Likewise, we compare further in terms of the work itself. Entries and exits means how many times workers should go in and out a bathroom when it is under construction in that case study project. So when we use traditional approach, more than 20 times, 20,000 times. So for workers to go in and then out the bathroom because they need to do everything on site manually. But if we use prefabrication, then the number of entries and exits can be reduced significantly by 98%. The number of workers also can be reduced from 3,000 to only 156, 96% reduction. The number of man hours is reduced by 88%, and the days in construction is reduced by 94%. Again, when we reduce the workload, then this should have positive contributions on mental health. And then I did further research to compare prefabrication and traditional construction approach. So I assessed the level of stresses which they experience. And again, the research has been published there. For industry-related stresses, we did the t-test, and we can see significant differences between people working in traditional construction, which is on-site, or those working in prefabricated projects. Physical injuries can be reduced, and then fatigue or tiredness because the amount of work can be reduced when we use prefab. So therefore, they experience less of fatigue and tiredness. We also have poor working conditions because obviously the work is being done in a factory. They have better working conditions because it is enclosed, so it's not affected by external environmental factors. So automatically they have better working conditions. And we also can reduce the amount of time people spend on site. And the stigma or discrimination attached to mental health somehow can be improved as well when people work more in prefabricated projects. So these are industry stresses. How about management stresses? There are so many significant differences there. So in a sense, when we use prefabrication, it has a lot of potential to reduce management stresses. For example, job resources, lack of directions, those two can be reduced. Communication also can be improved. Shift rosters, unfavorable shift rosters can be avoided because people spend less time on site. Work overload can be reduced as well. Criticism, lack of task autonomy, decision-making, support mechanism, and also feedback mechanism. So prefabrication has a potential to alleviate or to reduce these management stresses. When it comes to personal stresses, again, prefabrication has a potential to address personal stresses in terms of age discrimination, because when we use prefabrication, the work tends to be done in a factory using more automation. So therefore, even though in this environment, older people also can contribute. So age should not be a differentiator between the type of work to be done. Lack of opportunities for further learning, because prefab is a new way of constructing, not widely implemented in Australia. So therefore, it opens opportunities for people to learn. It also can improve work-life balance, because again, we can manage the activities on site better, and we can reduce the workload as well. So in summary, the benefits of prefabrication and how it can improve mental health through the standardization of processes. Everything is built in a factory. Everything is standardized in terms of quality control and assurance. It has a better process to manage those quality assurance activities. Less congestion on site because some of the works are transferred into the factory. Less weather dependence because, again, it's in a factory, in an enclosed environment. Cleaner construction, ample space for task execution. Reduced trade overlap. So in traditional construction, usually a lot of tradies on site. The electrician, the bricklayers, the concreter, the steel workers, and so on. So they all work in a confined or constrained space. But if we can do some of the work in the factory, then this can reduce trade overlap and improve coordination as well. Easy identification of dangers because being done in a factory, reduction in dangerous tasks, fewer manual works, which is very important because manual works are the #1 source of injury in construction in Australia. They are lifting heavy stuff, so therefore they tend to suffer from musculoskeletal injury, and also fewer site accidents and injuries as well. So that is another way to improve mental health, and in a sense that is at the organizational level. Now we move on to the national or industry level. In Australia, we have culture in construction being led by the Construction Industry Culture Task Force. This is a collaboration between the construction industry, the governments, and leading academics to improve the mental health in construction through changing the culture. They focus on 3 aspects: time for life, so better work hours, because people working in construction, they tend to work long hours. So therefore, we want to address this issue. And flexible work arrangement whenever possible. Improving well-being by assessing and managing health risks, identifying the risk factors, the stressors, the coping strategies, and so on to promote mental well-being. And also diversity and inclusion, making everyone welcome to construction. Suitable amenities, what does it mean? Sometimes on construction site, for example, even though we have men and women working on site, but then somehow the toilets or the bathrooms are available only for men. So providing female toilets, a simple way to improve diversity and inclusion, which then can also improve the well-being of people when working in construction, and addressing gaps in pay and also representation. An example of how they do it is in this project 5, a weekend for every worker. So for construction workers in Australia, usually they work 6 days a week, while obviously other workers, usually they work 5 days a week. So in this case study, which is the Concord Hospital redevelopment, commissioned by the government of New South Wales. The contractor is Robert Sco. Interestingly, the contractor submitted an alternative tender for a 5-day work week program and price. So usually the program is for 6 days, but this contractor submitted a 5-day work week program and price. Longer work hours on Monday to Friday, but then no work on weekends. And then in this tender, they added 1% to the contract price. So it's only 1% more expensive and 12 work weeks longer than the theoretical 6-day week program. Eventually, the government agrees, okay, let's give it a go, even though you are more expensive and then your program or your schedule is slightly longer, but let's give it a go because we want to improve the mental health of workers working in this project. So eventually the project completed in 7 additional weeks. So not 12 additional weeks, but only 7. Shorter than one of the alternate tenders' 6-day week program. So another contractor actually submit a tender with a 6-day week program. The actual completion of this project is 1 week shorter than the alternate tender. So that's a massive achievement for this project. And the findings, most workers preferred a 5-day work week over either a 6 or 7-day work week because they can spend time, especially with their family. The next of kin, meaning their spouse, husband or wife, notice improvements in their partner's mood and well-being. and more opportunities for next of kin to find employment. Because usually, let's say if the husband working long hours in the construction industry, the wife doesn't have time to do anything else. They need to take care of their children, the house chores, and so on. So therefore, they don't have time to find employment out there. But when the husband can reduce the amount of work or spend in the construction industry, then this open up opportunity for the wife to find additional employment. Better quality of life, reduce mental distress, and also fewer injuries. So those are the findings when we compare between Project 5 and also the traditional project which employs 6-day work week. And you can see the satisfaction with different aspects as well. Workers working in the Project 5 are more satisfied with workers who work in a 6-day work arrangement. If you see this video, you can see the comments from the workers concerning the benefits of working 5 days a week in construction. Therefore, the recommendation, so this is at the industry and the government level, governments should require a 5-day work week on their sites. So they need to set themselves as examples, assess schedules in tenders to ensure no adverse impacts on the health and well-being of workers. Because in construction, usually the schedule is extremely tight in the first place, or even unreasonable in the first place. So this is something which should be considered when assessing schedules from tenders. See whether the schedule makes sense or not. If the schedule is too tight, then probably that tenderer should not be selected for that project because they don't focus on the well-being of their workers. So that is the client side. The government should start and become the role model. And then at the industry level, they need to start prioritizing mental health and well-being as well as physical health and safety. So at the moment, the focus is more on the physical health and safety, which is also important, but mental health and well-being should have, I suppose, equal attention with physical health and safety. Mental health and well-being training is also necessary. So here in Australia, we have what we call white card. Before working in the construction industry, construction workers must complete this training and obtain the white card. Otherwise, they cannot access construction sites. So the white card training tends to focus more on the physical health and safety. So there should be a component which focuses on mental health and well-being. And the same message, we need to invest more time in the planning phase as well, making sure the schedule is reasonable while considering the workload of the workers. So lastly, just to summarize the mental health strategies I explained earlier at the individual level, people should build their mental health awareness. This is an issue that they need to know. That there is the mental health, the positive mental health and the negative mental health. They need to be educated and they need to learn individual coping strategies that they can use. They also need to learn to support each other as well, because this is related to culture. And again, based on one of the research, young construction workers tend to be more connected with other young construction workers when it comes to this issue. So if they can support one another, and slowly the culture in the industry also can be improved. At the organizational level, technologies, not only prefab, but BIM, drone technology, and so on, and changing the ways of working can be a way to manage mental health. Being aware of the risk factors and stresses, like what I presented earlier, well-being initiatives, and also attracting and retaining women if you want to change the culture of the industry. At the industry and national level, there is a need for awareness campaigns involving preferred stakeholders so they can connect better with construction workers. Government projects as role models, they also need to develop standards and regulations paying attention on mental health and well-being, so providing guidance for companies, and maybe mental health literacy at school as well. So these are strategies to achieve flourishing mental health status in the construction industry. That's my last slide. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for sharing your insightful lectures today. So I would like to conclude Dr. Riza's presentation as well. Dr. Riza have highlighted key challenges and strategies that can enhance safety, culture, leadership, and workforce competency, which are crucial for achieving excellence in occupational health and safety and boosting productivity. From policy frameworks to technological advancement, we have explored strategies that can drive sustainable improvements in occupational health and safety practices. As we move forward, collaboration between academia, industry, and policymakers remain essential in fostering a culture of safety and excellence. Thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for your insightful presentations. And we will move forward to our next speaker because our Q&A will be in the end of this session after all of the speakers in first session have delivered their presentation. So let's move on to our second speakers. Let me introduce to all participants Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul. All right. So Dr. Hidayah binti Abdul is a distinguished expert in environmental engineering and occupational safety and health. And she is currently a senior lecturer at University Malaysia Pahang. And Dr. Nur Hidayah has over a decade of experience in academia and research, focusing on industrial hygiene, air quality, exposure assessment, and environmental sustainability. Her research has been widely published in international journals covering topics such as indoor air quality, pollution control, and occupational health risk. Dr. Nur Hidayah has also led and contributed to numerous research projects, including collaborations with university and government agencies to improve workplace safety and environmental health. Moreover, Dr. Nur Hidayah is an active member of professional organizations. She serves as a reviewer for several high-impact journals and contributes to scientific committees and international conferences. Now, let me greet you, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul. Good morning, Dr. Nur Hidayah.
Hi, hello everyone. Dr. Dayenta Anissa, can you see my picture?
Unfortunately, your picture is kind of mixing up with the background, so I cannot see
I'm
clearly
trying
your
to
picture.
change the setting.
Are you able to change
Do you
the
have any
settings,
idea how to solve this problem?
I believe you can change your setting and choose
Video
adjust
setting.
background, and then
Just background.
you tick the I have a green screen, like you untick this one.
When I choose the background, so it becomes blur yeah.
Okay. Okay. So without virtual background is fine. That's okay, Dr. Nur Hidayah.
Okay, so I think I will choose
So like
the
this is
blur background.
yeah, sure. That's okay. It's
Okay.
fine.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sorry
So
for this inconvenience.
that's all right. So I will
Okay.
welcome you to this session, and the screen is yours.
Dr. Dayinta, can you share my slide? Yes. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul from the University Malaysia Pahang, also Sultan Abdullah in Malaysia. Okay, I'm also a head of clusters for occupational safety and safety, health and environment at the Faculty of Industrial Sciences and Technology, University Malaysia Pahang. Okay, so I will share with you about the perspective from the perspective of occupational safety and health, and also the productivity in the construction site. Okay, so while we are maybe connecting virtually today, I will share passion for building a safer and more productive construction industry unite us. Okay, so if you look at to the global statistics. Okay, actually, I do not have current statistics on the Asia countries, but I have except Korea. Okay, so if you look at in the picture, that is a statistics that related to the death caused by the construction site in 2022. Okay, so if you look at into the pie chart, it shows that falling. It can be 59.8% cost to the death at this construction. Okay, but when we go to the broader perspective, okay, we can see that in 2021, about 741 workers died in European Union. This represents 6.3 of every 100,000 workers in the construction sectors. But when we go to in the US alone, construction accidents accounted for nearly 20% of all workplace facilities in 2022, even though this industry employs only 6% of the workforce. And then when we go to Canada, the construction industry is responsible for over 25% of occupational facility. Okay, so as we know, the construction is a truly global endeavor because of there are, a lot of accident, a lot of incidents, injury caused by the construction site, from towering skyscrapers in bustling cities to vital infrastructure projects connecting remote community. Our industry shapes the world we live in. Yet, regardless of geographical location or cultural context, one challenge remains universal, ensuring the safety and well-being of the workers who build our environment, who build our world. Okay, now I would like to share with you the cases that related to the construction site. Okay, so here I provide you the cases, the real cases in Asia countries. Okay, so for the upper side, that is I think that is cases or accidents happen in Indonesia. That is the latest accident in February 11, 2015. It is about the incident crane project fall at the Muhammadiyah Blora. So the project already stopped because of the accident happened. And then the left side, it is about the left side of picture photo, that is about the statistics in Malaysia. This is a statistic in Malaysia for 2024. Okay, so it is about 71 dead, 176 injured in construction site accidents this year. This year it is referred to 2024. Okay, so this statistic starts from the 1st of January till to the 31st September in 2024. And then, so for the right side news, we can see the incident in the Thailand. Okay, tragedy strike Rama to never ending construction. Six Thai people and Myanmar people died. Okay, so this is just happened in 2024, November 29th. Okay, next. So the upper news is about the accident happened in the Singapore. Okay, so 15 workplace deaths in the construction sector in the second half of 2024. Okay, so if you look at here, this is only second half of 2024, not include in the first half of the 2024. So I would say that the number of accident cause death in the construction site is actually high in the Singapore. And then when we go to the lower news, that is about the construction site accident, leaves 6 died in Shandong. Okay, so this is also the latest news in 2024 in December 4th. Okay, so if you look at here, based on the statistics, based on the latest news, I would say there are a lot of accident happen in the construction site. And then when the accident happens, so it will cause the interruptions of the productivity, can it can cause, it will give a lot of impact, a lot of negative impact into the human life, into the business, into the environment itself. Okay, so based on the statistics that published by the US countries, okay, so there are 4 main activities in the construction site. The accident in the construction site can cause the death. Okay, as for example, falls is about 37%. Okay, so this is often the single biggest cause of the death in the construction, like a falls from height, whether from the roof, from the scaffolding, ladders, or other elevated platform, all tragically common. And then the second statistics is about the electrocution, which approximately 8%. Okay, so working with the electricity is inherently dangerous, and construction sites often have complex and temporary electrical setups, contact with the live wires, faulty equipment, and the damage caused that can lead to the fatal electrocutions. And then the third one is the struck by the object incidents. It is about 7% can cause the death in the construction site. Okay, so the struck by the object accident it's like workers are hit by tools, equipment, debris, or the materials. Another examples is like falling objects, flying debris, and the contact with the moving machinery. That all are the potential hazard that can cause the injury and the accident at the construction site. And then the fourth one is the struck by the vehicle or the equipments, like a being hit by the trucks, cranes, forklift, and the other heavy machineries. And then the last one, it is about the cause in or the between accident. It is 4%, which means workers getting caught in between machinery, collapsing structures, or material, unguarded heavy equipment. Okay, as I shared with you before about the paper cutting, about the latest news on the death in the construction site, most of the accident is caused by the fall at the construction site. Okay, moving on the global perspective on the construction industries. Okay, so I like to share with you about the SDG. Okay, so nowadays, any things we can relate, any items or any topics we can relate to the sustainable development goals. Okay, let's break down how the SDG. Okay, so here I choose the SDG 3, SDG 8, and SDG 9 can relate to the construction industry. Specifically, we can connect it to the productivity and the occupational safety and health. Okay, so for a first one is the SDG 3. So we go to the target 3.9, which is reduce illnesses and death from the hazardous chemicals and the pollutions. Okay, so for the SDG 3, the objective, the goals is about good health and well-being. So the goal is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all stages. Okay, so as for example, in the construction site, there are a lot of hazards. Okay, so I give you examples like the chemical hazards from the construction activities, like the emissions or the generations of the silica dust. Okay, so when the workers exposed to the silica dust, so for a long period of time, yeah, for a long period of time, so it can cause the silicosis. Okay, and then another example is like a heat exposure. Okay, extreme heat exposure. You know, we are Asian countries. We face we have a humid and hot climate. So we also face to the hot environment. Okay, so for the workers at the construction site, they have the high tendency to have to get the heat stress, heat exhaustion, or any heat related diseases. So when the workers you know, they get these kind of the illnesses, it can reduce the productivity of the workers. Then it can reduce the absenteeisms in so it will reduce the so it will increase the absenteeisms. Okay, so that is example. How can we relate the SDG 3 in terms of good health and well-being to the construction site and also the productivity? And then move on the SDG number 8, which is a decent work and economic growth. Okay, so for the goals SDG 8, it is promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. So how can we relate the construction and the productivity? Okay, so SDG 8, it emphasized the creations of the quality jobs and the positive work environment, both of which are crucial for the productivity. As for example, okay, if we get to the target 8.5, full employment and decent work with equal pay. Okay, so it reflects to the fair wages and safe condition. So by providing the decent work condition, including fair wages and safe working environment, it will attract and retain skilled workers so that it can reduce the turnover and improve the overall skills level of the workforce, directly impacting the productivity. Okay, and then as for example, for the target 8.8, protect labor right and promote safe working environment. Okay, so as for example, in terms of the skill development and your training, okay, so the workers, they have their own right to have training, and then to get a training for the skill development. Okay, so by investing in the training and the skill developments, that is a key aspects of the SDG 8. It can equip workers with the necessary expertise to perform tasks efficiently and safely. This can be translated into the higher productivity and better project outcomes. Okay, next, we go to the SDG 9. Okay, so the SDG 9, it is about the industry, innovation, and the infrastructure. Okay, so for the target 9.2, it's promote the inclusive and sustainable industrialization and the foster innovation. And for the target 9.5, it can enhance, there are needs to enhance the scientific research and upgrade the technological capabilities of industrial sectors. Okay, for the SDG 9, the goals is to build the resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So, and how can we relate the SDG 9 to the construction and the productivity? Okay, so SDG 9 encourage the adoption of new technologies and sustainable practices like technology advancement. Okay, as for example, for the construction site, we can apply the BIM, which is building information modeling. Okay, so we can also apply the automation, prefabrication, can streamline processes to reduce the errors, improve the efficiency, so it can leading to the significant productivity gains. And then the other aspects is about the sustainable material and the practices. Okay, so by using the sustainable materials like a green building practices, it can reduce the waste, lower the cost, and enhance the long-term value of the project. So these can also contribute to the increase the productivity by optimizing the resource utilization. Okay, and then the last one, it is about the resilient infrastructure. Okay, like Malaysia, Indonesia. Okay, I do believe that Indonesia, it has a lot of I think earthquake. Okay, so there is important to have a resilient infrastructure. Okay, so building resilient infrastructure not only ensures safety but also minimize disruption from natural disaster. But for in Malaysia, we have a flooding. Okay, during end of the year, every year Malaysia will have a flooding issue, natural disaster. Okay, so this is important to have the resilient infrastructure. Okay, next. So we go to the main references for the safety and health in the construction. Okay, so here I will bring you the International Labour Organization Code of Practice, Safety and Health in Construction. This Code of Practice was published in 2022. Okay, so I do believe that many countries, if the countries, these are the main references for many countries in terms of legal framework development, development of the Regulation Act. Okay, so these are main of references for the legal framework. Okay, so based on the ILO Code of Practice, Safety and Health in Construction 2022, this report proposed that this report mentioned that the construction sector has shows the high workplace facilities worldwide. Okay, so there are a lot of factors, there are a lot of activities cause the fatalities or injuries in the construction site, like fall, struck by object of incidents, and also electrocutions being among the leading cause. Okay, so it is actually, I already mentioned it before. So this is also same finding with the US government, as they mentioned, as the government, as the US government mentioned that the falls is the highest leading factors for the construction, for the death or injury in the construction site. Okay. Okay, so we go to the productivity, the definition. Okay, so for the productivity, it can be defined as a productivity is the relationship between input and output, where output can be measured in several different units, such as piece, square meters, or meters. And then, so in terms of the construction, we have a specific productivity that relate to the construction. Okay, so here we have definitions of the construction labor productivity, CLP, and effective index to facilitate both building project profitability and industry economic growth. Okay, and then how to measure, how to assess the productivity. Okay, so if you look at the image, that is a multi-layer approach about the productivity. Okay, that is a 4-level structure to analyze labor productivity in a top-down multi-layer point of view. Okay, so we go from the we go to the activity or the task, that is the lower part. Okay, so activity or task, this is the most granular level. Okay, where you assess the productivity of specific tasks or activities within a project. Yeah, for examples, you could measure the productivity by calculating the number of brick laid per work per hours. Okay, so understanding the productivity at this level, it can help to identify the bottleneck and areas for improvement. Okay, so for this part, we can choose a very specific activity and then we can calculate their productivity. Yeah. Okay, so it can go. Sorry, doctor. Okay. So for the project, the second layer from the down layer, from the bottom layer, is a project. Yeah. Okay. The assessment narrows down to individuals' construction projects. Okay. This is where you would measure the productivity of a specific project, considering a unique characteristic, challenge, management practices. Okay, as for example, you can have a look on the output per labor hour or a cost per square meters, or the project completion, or the project completion compared to the planned schedule. Okay, and then we go to the third layer. Okay, from the bottom, industry, or here we focus on the construction. Okay, so this level focuses on the construction industry as a whole, perhaps comparing it to other industries or looking to the trend and benchmark within the construction sector itself. Okay, as for example, we can compare the average labor productivity across all construction projects, as for example, in Indonesia. Okay, so we can make a comparison between one site to another site. I mean, one construction site to the another construction site, and then the nation. That is a macro level. Okay, so at this macro level, we can have overall productivity of the construction site, of the construction sector within a country's economy. So this might involve the comparing the total output of the construction, like value of construction completed to the total output of the construction. Okay, it's like labor hours, investment. Okay, so we go to the theory that related to the productivity. Okay, so here we have a framework. Okay, so this framework, visualized as a pyramid, represent a hierarchy of the productivity assessments level, ranging from the macro level, that is upper level, okay, and to the micro level, which means the individual task or motion. Okay, so for the how can we discuss this diagram, this pyramid, in terms of the OSH and the productivity level, productivity level? Okay, So for the macro level, which means the countries and also the industries, okay. So at the macro level, national safety cultures, national safety culture regulations and enforcements influence the overall safety performance and the productivity of the construction sector. Okay, as for example, a country with stringent safety regulation and active enforcement, like checking the safety compliance, okay, it will likely have a lower accident rate, okay, and also contributing to the higher overall productivity, okay. And then when we go to the industry level, okay, so industry-wide safety initiative, safety standards, and also the collaborative efforts to share best practice, so it can improve the overall safety records and the productivity in the construction site, in the construction industry. As for example, Industrial Construction Industry Association can promote the safety certificates or conduct a campaign focused on the specific hazards like for protection. Okay, so we can also raise the awareness and improve the safety performance across the sectors, so that indirectly it can boost the productivity by reducing the lost time injuries. Okay, and then we go to the project level. For the project-specific safety plans, risk assessment, risk management, okay, so that is a crucial. Okay, so this safety assessment, safety management system, we can use to ensure the safe work practice and minimizing the incident at the workplace. Okay. As for example, we can implement a robust fall protection plan on a project involving high-rise construction that can prevent fall from the height. Okay, and then for the task level, as for example, we can provide the safe work method assessment, ergonomic consideration, which can reduce the injuries and improve worker efficiency. Okay, as for example, we can provide the tools, proper tools, like proper lifting techniques and mechanical aids for moving the heavy materials, to move the machinery, so that we can reduce the we can prevent the bad injuries, or we can reduce the MSD, the prevalence of MSD at the construction site, at the construction in the construction industry. And then work element level. So as for example, we can optimize the layout of a workstation to minimize reaching and bending, so that can we reduce ergonomic risk and improve worker efficiency. And then for the last one is the basic motion element. As for example, we can analyze the hand motion, okay, involving during the using of the tools. As for example, we can analyze the hand scraps during using the tools, okay, so that it can reduce the risk of the hand wrist injuries and also improving the productivity. Okay, next. Okay, so there are a lot of driver factors of the construction level. Okay, so here there are three main factors: industry, management, and the labor. Okay, so for the labor productivity, so it will, influenced by these three factors. As for example, for the industry, design factors, construction technology, legislation, job factors, adverse or uncertain weather and seasonality, and site location. Okay. Okay, so this industry factor can influence the productivity in the broader level. Okay, as for example, it includes about the design complexity, the available the technology that can use during during the construction project, any related the regulation, job market condition. Okay. And then for the B is like it is about the management, okay, planning and the scheduling, leadership, motivation, and the communication. Okay, so it highlights the role of the management practice, okay, like effective planning, strong leadership, a worker motivation, and a clear communication between the employer and the employee. It's like a clear construction, visual communication, two-way communication. Okay, and then for the C, that is a label. Okay, so it's the level. It includes the level of on-site management and the coordination, workman's job security, labor experience, workman's long-term passing, the delays, break in the work. As for examples, job security, the workers, if the workers feel safe and secure at the construction site, so this condition, it will enhance the confidence level of the workers, so that indirectly it can increase the productivity of the workers. Okay, next. Okay, so here I bring you a research that related to the factor affecting labor's productivity in the construction site. Okay, so there are the main factors is some scholars, they think that management, technological, and human is the factors that affecting labor productivity. But if we refer to this journal, okay, so there are 5 main factors that can increase the labor, that can cause the productivity either increase or reduce. Okay, so based on these articles, so it mentioned that the lack of labor supervision, again, is the number 1. The highest ranking for the factor that can cause the reductions of the labor productivity. And then the second is lack of experience and the skills of the labor. Okay, and then the construction, number 3 is the construction technology. Okay, and then the construction technology is like tools, equipment, the method used in the construction, so that it can greatly influence how efficiently labor can perform their task. Okay, and then number 4 is about the coordination among construction industry discipline. Okay, so this emphasizes that collaboration and communication between different trades and the profession, okay, are the crucial for smooth workflow and avoid delaying, which can impact overall the productivity in the construction site. Okay, the professions like engineers, safety officers, the contractors, and also the architects. Okay, and then the last factor is errors in the design drawing. Okay, this factor suggests that inaccuracy of flows in the design plans can lead to the rework, waste time, and decrease the productivity, so that the clear, precise, and well-coordinated design are very crucial to to avoid the reductions of the productivity. Okay, next. Okay, so how can we relate the occupational safety and health and the productivity in the construction site? Okay, so in this case, at first place, I would like to talk about the general perspective, okay, between the OSH and the productivity. So first, debunking the myth. Okay, so many people think about the safety versus speed. Okay, so this is addressed the common misconception that prioritizing safety can slow down the production. Okay, this idea, the safety and speeds are somehow mutually exclusive, is something we need to dismantle brick by brick, because theory A is a complete fallacy. In fact, the truth is precisely the opposite. A robust safety culture is not a roadblock to the productivity, but it is the very engine that drives it. Okay, then we go to the another perspective, another myth: safety versus productivity, and safety is productivity. Okay, so this is what I stand before you today to in particularly declare that safety is productivity. Many people in actual scenario, some companies, okay, they try to avoid to implement a safety culture, safety and health at the workplace, because they think when the company, when the industry invests the safety element, safety practice, so it needs a higher financial it will give a higher financial implications. But then in a real, but the truth is safety is productivity. Okay. As for example, when the workers implement a safety and health in the at the workplace, as for example, we can reduce the diseases, we can reduce the injuries, we can reduce the accidents. As for example, if the accidents or the injuries or the disease occurs in the industry, so it will delay the production at the in the industry. As for example, if the accident happened, we have to stop the production immediately. We have to stop the construction activity immediately due to the accident investigation. There are a lot of local authorities involved in investigating the accident and incidents. Okay, so here it will delay the project timeline. It will delay the productivity of the of the industry. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Nurhidayah, I would like to remind you that you have 10 minutes more for this presentation.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
10 minutes, yeah?
Yes, 10
Okay.
minutes more.
So
Thank you.
I think I have to move fast. Okay, so about the safety, productivity, so it is about the return of the investment. That is so for the return of the investment, we can relate with the productivity. Okay, so here I will show you the how to determine the net gains and the cost of investment. Okay, so for the by applying the OSH, so we can get the return of investment earlier. Okay, so next. Okay, so there are safety as a productivity multiplier. Okay, so here we have improved morale and engagement, better reputation and the businesses, reduce downtime, enhance efficiency, and minimize rework. As for example, for the improved morale and the engagement, when workers feel safe and valued, their morale improve so that it can increase the engagement in their work. And then, so of course, it will improve the productivity. And then I give you the examples about the minimize the rework. Let's say accident often result in the damage to the material or work, so that it needs to the redone. So a safe construction site, it can minimize the incident, reduce costly and time consuming. Okay, next. Okay, so this is a cause of inaction. Okay, this is a iceberg theory. Okay, so if the accident happened, so there are two cause that involve during caused by the incident, direct cause and the indirect cause. As can we see here, in actual scenario, there are a lot of costs involved with the indirect costs, okay? Like insurance, penalties, and etc. Okay, next. Okay, so there are strategies for enhancing the productivity. So here, we can implement the proactive risk management. Okay, as for examples, first we can apply the identifying potential risks in the construction site. So first, this is actually hazard identification. Number two is about the assessing and prioritizing the construction risk. Okay, number three, that is a mitigating construction risk. Number four, we need to have the continuous monitoring and the improvement. And number five, we need a stakeholders collaboration or discussion with the stakeholders. Okay, next. Okay, then we can implement the technology in the OSH and the productivity specifically at the construction site. So we can use drone to identify the risk. We can have a BIM technology, building information modeling. We can use the wearable sensors. Okay, so this is a PPE that attached with the sensors, and also automated safety monitoring system by using the tracking system. Okay, next. Okay, so here I share you with the many sensors to monitor the construction site activities. Okay, next. Okay, here that is this figure shows the human data generated. Okay, so this is a new method to assess workers' vital factors like skills, motivation, or fatigue among the workers. Okay, next. Okay, and then ergonomics and work design for efficiency. So here are three examples of the activities like carpenting. So we can use the mechanical transport, lifting aids, bricklayers, like bricks on elevation and the mechanical transport. So for the pavers, we can use the mechanical paving and the mechanical curb placing. Okay, next. Okay, so here is actually the current research, okay, on the ergonomic implication, the design, the evaluation and the designs at the construction operation by considering the ergonomics. Okay, next. Okay, so number four is the effective communication and the training for a skilled workforce. Okay, like comprehensive training, training on the ERP, use the appropriate equipment and ongoing education. Next. Okay, then the key aspect of the effective communication, like two-way communication, it must be interactive, it must have a regular meeting, digital tools, clear and consistent message, and the visual communication. Next. Okay, so for the construction site, it must create a safe working environment, like a clean, well-managed material at the construction site. Okay, next. Okay, so we can implement the tools and the equipment. So we can use the right tools and the equipment that well maintained, up to date, and must have the ergonomics design. Okay, next. Okay, then we can also implement the motivations, like we provide the incentive to the workers, give the support to their life, as for examples. Okay, next. Okay, we can have a proper work planning and the scheduling. Okay, so we should have a project scheduling construction, start from the design stage and execution of the project and until the closure of the project. Okay, next. Okay, so there are key metrics for measuring the productivity in OSH. Okay, so first we can apply the lost time. We can calculate the lost time injury frequency rate. Number 2, we can get a survey. We can conduct a survey among the workers. Number 3, we can calculate the absenteeism rate. Number 4, we can estimate the safety incident rate. And the last one, it is we can estimate the output of the workers. Okay, next. Okay, so here I want to share with you the current research that related to the how can we detect, or how can we measure or monitor the workers' activities by using the technologies. Okay, next. Okay, that's all from me. Sorry for the delay. I think I exceed the time given to me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul. It was an enlightening session that we have gained. And I would like to conclude our session with Dr. Nur Hidayah that I found that we have one key takeaway, that is safety and productivity are not the competing priorities, but rather mutually reinforcing elements of a successful construction industry. So investing in occupational health and safety not only protects workers, but also leading to improved efficiency, reduced downtime, and better overall project outcomes. So thank you so much once again, Dr. Nur Hidayah. And let's move on to our third speaker in this first session. Let me introduce our third speaker. The next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Xiang Zhang. I would like to introduce to you. Yeah, Dr. Xiang Zhang is currently Associate Professor and the Head of Department of Construction Management at Suzhou University of Science and Technology, China. And his research interests mainly includes mental health, safety, and construction management education. Dr. Xiang Zhang produced more than Dr. Xiang Zhang has produced more than 150 scholarly publications in the field. Apart from teaching and research at the university, Dr. Xiang has extensive experiences in construction project management practice and maintains an excellent working with the local construction industry. So let me greet you, Dr. Xiang Zhang. Welcome, Dr. Xiang Zhang.
Thank you for the chair of the meeting. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, your voice is audible.
Okay, can you see me clearly?
Yeah, I can see you clearly as well.
Very nice. Thank you very much for the kind invitation from the Faculty of Public Health, University Alaganda. Thanks also extended to our team. They have been working very hard on the topic I presented today. I would like also thank you, Riza from the University of South Wales, because we have a pleasant collaboration for the producing of many papers on mental health and also risk I reported today. Before starting my topic today, I would like to briefly introduce the city of Suzhou and our university, as probably the majority of you may have never come to Suzhou or our university before. Suzhou is located in Yangtze area of China. It is very close to Shanghai with only about 8 kilometers and 20 minutes of faster train. So it is very convenient for us to take flight to travel around the world. Suzhou is one of the most beautiful cities from my point of view, because it is very famous for the classical gardens. It also has over 2,500 years of history. It has many rivers and bridges in the city. Some of the buildings have been constructed along the rivers. So these are the two very famous streets, Shantung Street and Pinjiang Street. If you are going to coming to Suzhou, I strongly recommend you visit these two streets. Suzhou is also a modern and developed city. This is an amazing view in the Jingji Lake area in the Suzhou Industrial Park, which was developed with a collaboration between Suzhou and Singapore. As I have mentioned, there are many lakes in the city. In Suzhou area, the Tai Lake and the Yangcheng Lake, as shown in the photo, are two of the largest ones. Tai Lake is also one of the largest lakes in China. Attracted by this amazing, ancient, modern, and developed city in Southeast China, every year a large number of tourists come to visit Suzhou from different parts of the world. About 0.55 million tourists visited Suzhou in 2023. In 2023, the GDP of Suzhou was close to 2.5 trillion RMB. Over 170 Fortune Global 500 listed companies had developed direct investment in Suzhou area. In 2023, the output value of the construction industry was about 371 billion RMB. So the construction industry is also one of the last industries in Suzhou area. There are two universities in Suzhou. The left is Suzhou University, and the right is the Suzhou University of Science and Technology. This is the campus. We have three campuses. This is the campus where our school and our department are located. Over 23,000 and 3,800 students study for bachelor and master degrees at our university, respectively. The three most highly ranked schools are civil engineering. This is also the Department of Construction Management located, and architecture and urban planning, and environmental science and engineering. Okay, I will move on to the report today. First, I would like to give a brief introduction, background about the safety of construction, in subway projects in China. The second would be the main topic, identifying the critical factors influencing the safety of subway construction projects. And the third will be assessing the safety risk management performance in subway construction projects. As I listened to the report by the second speaker, Dr. Abdel, I think the factors she had mentioned is very close to our topic, to my topic today. She also provided many details about these factors. And she also mentioned that safety is very important to improve the productivity of construction projects. I fully agree with this. Finally, I will give a brief summary to my topic today. Background. As you may know, the construction industry is one of the important pillars of the economy in China. China has also witnessed the faster development of subway construction in recent years. A recent report released by the China Association of Metros showed that by the end of 2023, 59 cities in mainland China operated over 300 subway lines with a total length of 12,000 kilometers in total. The subway lines in construction are also large. In total, they are close to 50 cities have been approved by the national and also local governments for future construction with a total length of 6,120 kilometers. This rapid development also corresponds to the large number of accidents, which has significant negative economic and social consequences on the construction industry and also the society as a whole. For instance, in 2014 to 18, over 100 accidents occurred, which caused close to 150 fatalities in subway construction projects. Subway construction projects are usually performed deep underground with complex geological conditions, passing through dense urban areas with significant amount of structures, or penetrating important urban utilities such as power systems, gas piping systems, as well as water supply and drainage systems. Subway construction projects also involve hundreds of people working across many disciplines and construction sites over long periods, often up to 10 years from the initiation or commencement of the project until the final handover and operation of the project. Subway construction remains one of the most dangerous construction activities, although China has invested heavily in recent years and many projects have been successfully completed. While there have been a considerable amount of research into the influencing safety performance in the construction industry, safety research in subway construction projects remains scant, despite the unique safety risk factors in these projects. This calls for a more research into the risk management in subway construction projects. More specifically, two main research questions to be answered are: what are the critical factors influencing the safety of these projects in China? And the second is, what are the levels of safety risk management performance in these projects in China? The first research has been published in a journal paper in Engineering, Construction, and Architectural Management. And the second subtopic has also been published in a journal paper from AS Journal of Management in Engineering. Okay, the first subtopic in this section, I will give a brief introduction about the research process and the results. Using the Chinese construction industry as an example, this research aims to identify the critical factors perceived to influence the safety of subway construction projects from a multi-stakeholder perspective. The research methodology. In terms of the data collection, we used a literature review to identify these factors theoretically. Then empirical research included a questionnaire survey to close 400 construction professionals working on this type of projects, and also interviews to 5 experts on this type of projects to validate and and complement the research results from quantity questionnaire survey. The data analysis included a reliability test, mean values and ranking analysis, and a Spearman's ranking correlation test. The research findings. An extensive literature review was conducted, which identifies 32 influencing factors in subway construction. They were also organized into 5 main categories of risk, which was called PE3M framework in our research, including people, environment, machine, material, and management. In terms of the people dimension, this dimension is concerned with the project stakeholders and also the participants involved throughout the life cycle of subway construction. It includes 6 factors, including the main participants, including client, surveyor and designer, contractor, engineering consultant, government, and also project management team. In terms of the environment dimension, it includes 4 factors, such as site construction environment, site surrounding environment, site underground environment, site nature environment, and also weather conditions. As to the machine, it is related with the safety of using various machines in subway construction activities, including use of machines in all stages, safety protection during the use of machines, professional inspection test, acceptance for specialized machines, and also machines applicability and reliability, regular test, calibration, and maintenance of machines. As to the material, this dimension is concerned with the safety factors of various materials used in subway construction projects. It includes 2 factors. One is about the material use and storage. The other is material quality and test. The final dimension is about management. This dimension is concerned with the safety factors of various management activities in subway construction projects. It includes 15 factors, such as construction preparedness, construction plan development, and site construction monitoring and measurement. Okay, after identifying these factors, we conducted a questionnaire survey and also interviews to construction professionals in China. The first result is about the ranking of influential factors at a dimension level. As can be seen from the table, machine, management, and people are 3 most influential dimensional factors perceived by the professionals. The next is about the ranking of the 32 influential factors. The 3 most influential factors, the most influential factors are contractor-related, project management team, and also safety management investment. The results were also cross-validated with the interview. Then we obtained the 8 most critical factors perceived by the stakeholders in safety risks of the Chinese construction subways. These are project management team, contractor-related factors, site and ground environment, safety protection during the use of machines, safety management investment, site construction monitoring and measurement, hazard identification and communication, and use of machines in all stages. The results indicate that in allocating limited project resources to improve the safety of subway projects, managers should focus on developing safety knowledge and positive attitudes in leadership teams, formulating effective risk management systems to identify, assess, mitigate, measure, and monitor safety risks on site, improving communications with stakeholders about the risks and effectively manage the plant, equipment, and machinery. These factors has also been mentioned by Dr. Abdel, the previous speaker. Okay, based on the qualitative and quantitative research findings, the PE3M framework was developed and validated, as shown in the figure. The dimension was positioned according to the mean values from the top to the bottom, as shown in the figure. Okay. The next one is about the assessment of safety risk management performance in subway construction projects. Using the tested and validated PE3M framework of 32 factors that influence the safety of Chinese subway construction projects, this research aims to examine the perceived effectiveness by which these factors are managed in practice from a range of subway project stakeholder perspectives. The research methodology are similar because it is, in fact, one big research topic. As previously reported in the second part, it is about the investigation of the importance of these factors. In this part, we asked the questions about the perceived performance level of these 32 factors. The research methods also include literature review, questionnaire survey, and also interviews to 8 experts working on subway construction projects. The data analysis includes reliability test, ANOVA assumption test, one-way ANOVA mean score and ranking analysis, and importance performance analysis. The research findings at the dimension level showed that the ranking of safety risk management performance, the most effectively managed factors at the dimension level are management, machine, and material. While at the factor level, it can be seen from the table that the most effective management factors, the 3 ones, are all related with management. The first one is management of high-risk construction works. The second one is construction plan development. And the third one is hazard identification and communication. However, from this table, you can also observe that significant differences exist among the perspectives from the 4 main stakeholders, the values of the ANOVA in the table. Okay, these results were also validated through our interviews with the experts. Based on these results, the top 5 areas of safety risk management performance were identified, and they are construction plan development, management of high-risk construction works, hazard identification and communication, government-related factors, and also climate-related factors. We also found the bottom 5 areas of safety risk management performance in China subway construction projects. They are engineering consultant-related factors, site natural environment and weather conditions, regular test, calibration, and maintenance of machines, site construction schedule, and also construction preparedness. As I mentioned, the differences across the 4 major types of stakeholders, including the client, including the designers, contractors, and other stakeholders, are significant for 29 of the 32 factors. This indicates that the breadth of differences in perceptions of the safety risk management performance across key stakeholders. This also means that we cannot use the same method for all the stakeholders, because every stakeholders have their priority for the levels of the performance on these projects. Next, come to the IPA results. Importance performance analysis is a common approach used to identify gaps in performance relative to their importance. Quadrant 1, keep up the good work, contains factors that have higher importance and high performance. Quadrant 2, concentrate here, has factors with high importance but low performance, thus requiring immediate actions to improve the performance. Quadrant 3, low priority, consists of factors that have low importance and low performance. Quadrant 4, possible overkill, has factors with low importance but higher performance, indicating that the resources may be better allocated elsewhere to support the factors deemed more important. Okay, these are the results based on the IPA analysis. As shown in the figure, in total, there are 16 factors located in quadrant 1, and 10 factors are located in quadrant 3. Therefore, in total, there are 26 factors. Over 80% of the factors are aligned in terms of their levels of importance and actual performance. This result demonstrates that safety in Chinese subway construction projects has been well managed. 3 factors, including site construction schedule, site surrounding environment, regular test, calibration, and maintenance of machines, are located in quadrant 2, meaning that they are important, but their performance levels are relatively low. These factors should be considered as priority factors for future improvement in research and programs. Lastly, I would like to give a brief concluding remarks on the topic today. In theory, the methodology adopted in this research can be used in relevant research in construction management. In practice, the identified critical safety risk factors and levels of safety risk management performance are valuable references for managing subway construction projects or even other infrastructure projects in similar environments. In addition to safety research and management in construction, I also have interest in mental health, RISA, and also broader interest in construction management research. These are the recent publications related to mental health, including mental health outcomes and psychosocial hazards experienced by construction professionals during COVID-19 pandemic, job stresses and coping strategies. My research in construction management includes design error, rework, building information modeling, and also dispute. Okay, this is the end of the topic. Thank you for your kind participating. And you are most welcome to ask further questions on the topics in mental health, and also broader construction management areas. I can be reached through the email here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Xiang Zhang, for your insightful presentation today, especially in safety in subway construction projects. I would like to also conclude a little bit takeaway from your presentation as well, that as we move forward, integrating advanced safety measures and fostering the collaboration between stakeholders will be the key to ensuring safer and more efficient subway construction projects. Once again, thank you very much for your valuable contributions and your presentation today. And let's move forward to our next agenda. I will open the Q&A session, the questions and answers, to all the beloved participants. You can just drop your question in our question box or just raise your hand in our Zoom meeting and I will give the mic for you. Is there anyone who would like to ask several questions to Dr. Riza, Dr. Nur Hidayah, or Dr. Xiang Zhang? Yeah, I will give you around 15 minutes for this question and answer sessions. I will open for 3 questions first. Anyone would like to ask to Dr. Riza, Dr. Nur Hidayah, and Dr. Xiang Zhang? All right, I found out
I
that...
have one question. Sorry.
Okay.
I have one question for Abdel, Dr. Abdel. You mentioned that communication is very important to avoid the failure of management in construction projects. I also have interest in the communication research. How can you measure the impact of communication on the productivity or safety or other main measurement criteria on these projects? Thank you.
Thank you.
How can you measure the impacts of communication on the productivity or safety or other performance criteria of construction projects?
Okay, thank you for the question. How can I measure? Okay, so based on the, how can I measure the effectiveness of the communication? Am I right? Yeah. Okay, so based on my slides, there are a few approach or technique that can we apply to measure the effectiveness of the communication. As for example, okay, so we can relate it with the we can relate between the communication and also the productivity or the accident rate in the at the construction site. So we can calculate in terms of the lost time injuries. As for example, if we do not have a good communication between, as for example, between the the employer and the employee, okay, probably there are accident will be happen, so that the numbers of the lost time injuries will be increased. In fact, we can also determine or predict the incident rate occur at the construction site. Okay, am I answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Xiang Zhang and Dr. Nur Hidayah for the insightful question and answer. And I would like to inform all the participants that all the participants can ask in Bahasa Indonesia and I will translate it to our distinguished speakers. Kepada seluruh peserta, Bapak, Ibu, dan saudara-saudari dapat menyampaikan pertanyaan dalam Bahasa Indonesia yang nantinya akan saya translate kepada speakers.
If I can add a little bit earlier, Dr. Abdul mentioned about safety and what speed and safety and productivity. I think that is an interesting concept. I think if research can prove when we have better safety performance, it actually can speed up the project, or if we have better safety performance, then the productivity also can be improved. So if we have research which can clearly prove the benefit of safety in these two factors, I think that's very important finding which can convince people, hey, okay, actually I need to focus on safety, I need to focus on mental health, because there are economic benefits in doing so.
Actually, I'm still conducting a research to correlate between the mental health and the productivity at the construction site. Okay, but it's still under investigation, so I will publish it soon. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for the addition, Dr. Riza, and I will love to wait your publication and read it definitely, Dr. Abdul. So we move on to our next question. So there is a question from Sony Ade. What are the key challenges in integrating safety management system with human resource strategies in the construction industry? I believe for the human resource thing, this will be revert to Dr. Riza. And if Dr. Shangzeng and Dr. Abdul would like to answer this question as well, it is allowed as well. So here's the question, and Dr. Riza, I move the mic for you.
Thank you. I think actually all three of us can answer this question, because it is related to what we presented anyway. The key challenges in integrating safety management systems with human resource strategies in the construction industry. Okay, the question is quite broad. And can be answered from different lenses as well. I think one thing is about the resources that the companies have in the first place, because many companies in the construction industry are small companies and they have limited resources in doing so. So that is one aspect which we need to be aware of. In Australia, for example, probably the same in other countries as well. 98-99% of construction organizations are actually small organizations. So they will be struggling to integrate safety management systems with human resource strategies, because they don't have the resources, they don't have the people to do so. So that is one thing which I want to put forward. So I think integrating something like this should be done in a very simple way. There must be like simple guidelines, so therefore small companies actually can do so.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for the answer. The next one would Dr. Abdul and Dr. Shangzheng would like to add several key points for answering this question. Maybe.
Okay, I can give some working experience from the site, because I had plenty of experience of working on site. During the very hot weather in Suzhou or in Indonesia, the construction workers will not follow the strict regulations for safety, such as wearing the safety belt for the high-rise working activities. On the construction site, we requested them to equip these safety facilities, but the construction workers always responded that I have been working on construction site for 10 years or 15 years. Nothing has happened. So these are useless for me. Even during this hot weather, how can you endure? How can you wear these facilities very well? I think the traditional thinking of doing construction works is one of the major challenges to change the situation for construction workers, even for construction managers on site. Some construction managers also have the same comments regarding our challenge for the site problems. They also told me that I have been working on construction site for blah, blah years, and nothing has happened because I'm experienced. So this will not happen. This is the major problem. I'm not sure whether in Australia or Indonesia or other countries has the same problem. The second is about the many participants, many stakeholders are involved in the construction management. Each stakeholders has their specific interest. Each stakeholders has their expectation for the profit. So they will try their best to get the workers to be done efficiently in the lowest cost. At the very beginning, the client may put a higher emphasis on the safety on site, but the supply chain is too long. At the bottom of the supply chain, they will reduce the cost. They will not follow the rules. This is the sector problem I think I observed from the construction site. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shangzang. And Dr. Nur Hidayah, would you like to add something?
Yes, I have. I think I want to. I would like to add something regarding the integrations on the safety management, safety and the construction site, right? Okay, so I think in terms of the human resource, of course, I agree with with Dr. Riza about the skill, about the trained, about the expertise at the construction site. Okay, so I love to share the scenario in Malaysia. Okay, so in Malaysia nowadays we very strictly to enforce in terms of safety. As for example, not only the construction site, any industry which consists of 5 workers, so that industry must have a trained or a certified OSH coordinator. So that is how Malaysia solve the challenges in terms of the human resource, the skilled person, the trained person in terms of OSH. Okay. And then I think nowadays the incoming challenges in terms of human resource in Malaysia, especially in construction site, is about the aging society, aging workers. Okay, now Malaysia, we are moving to the aging society, so that there are actually start to have a limitation on the aging society, because the aging workers, the speed of the productivity, the speed of their tasks, it becomes lower, so it will reduce the productivity as well as the safety. As for example, the aging workers, they have their limitation on the vision, the stability, so it can cause the injury or the accident at the construction site. Okay, so that is my perspective, my view from the Malaysia perspective.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Abdul, Dr. Shangzang, and Dr. Riza for your all perspectives and your answers. And after that, I would like to open any 3 questions, and we already have 2 questions on the chat box. It's from Mr. Aswin. It is delivered in Bahasa Indonesia, but I will translate to all of the speakers. So the question is, how is the ideal condition of productivity targets and occupational health and safety targets, which are often found to overlook each other in the field, especially in medium to small scale industries? Maybe I will let Dr. Shangzang to answer first, then it will be followed by Dr. Riza and Dr. Abdul. Dr. Shangzang, the floor is yours.
Okay, this is also a very broad question. I think Abdul may be more familiar with that. I can only provide one perspective about that because construction industry is still a traditional industry, and many new technologies have not well adopted in the industry compared with other industries. So I think in order to improve the condition in all the countries, prefabrication is one of the major measures can be taken by management teams. Yes. This is my understanding.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Dr. Shang Zheng. And I will follow this answer to Dr. Riza.
Maybe just to continue on that one, yeah, technology and prefab, I suppose, is a way to find the synergy between productivity and health and safety. But like what I mentioned earlier, actually, if we can prove the business case of health and safety, then this is something which can be used to convince more companies to actually implement health and safety. Like from Dr. Nur Hidayah presentation, safety is not versus speed, but actually safety can improve speed. So again, something concrete which can prove the business case of safety, I think can be a strong incentive and motivator to focus more on health and safety. So this one has been proven in Australia. There has been research in the past. They try to calculate the cost benefit of safety. So it's clear when a project has better safety performance, then automatically this can save them money, actually. But how about in developing countries, especially, whether this is still true or not? If there is a business case can be developed in different contexts, I think this can be an interesting way to convince people.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Riza. And Dr. Abdul, would you like to add several things as well?
Okay, in the perspective of the small medium scale industry, okay, so I do believe that the SME industry or small SMI industry, most of them have a limitations of budget, right? You know, small scale industry. So I agree with the Dr. Zhang and Dr. Riza opinion, but in the real situation, I like to share with you the scenario in Malaysia. When we talk about the small scale industry, they have a limitation of budget. So we unable to ask the small medium industry to implement the technology, the robotic, the automation, right? Okay. So in balance between the productivity and also the OSH or occupational safety and health, we can see like their physiology of the workers, as for example in the construction site. So we can't ask the workers to leave the materials over than their weight. That is about the physiology that relate to the occupational health. And then in order to enhance the OSH, the occupational health and safety in the small medium industry, so perhaps we can implement the administrative measures, like we provide the good SOP, standard operating, safe operating procedures, guidelines, or the code of practice, more on the management practices, instead of we ask the industry to use the high-end technology. That is my perspective from Malaysia scenario. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Nur Hidayah Abdul, for your nice perspective from Malaysia. And it's very insightful that we have a lot of perspectives from 3 countries, especially. And after that, I would like to also read the second question for our session. The second question is from Miss Audrey. how can building information modeling be synergized with the mental well-being of construction workers? All right, I would like to let Dr. Riza to answer first. Dr. Riza, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So maybe it's not about being synergized, but actually we can use BIM as a tool to improve mental well-being. For example, instead of using pen and paper, now people on site, they can bring actually iPad. So that can simplify the process or the procedure instead of having a lot of papers on site, and sometimes they don't use the updated design or whatever, but we have a centralized documentation system. Then they can make sure that everyone is on the same page. And BIM also is helpful for visualization as well, to minimize clashes, for example, between different stakeholders and different engineers, designers, or whatever doing the work on site. So if we can minimize clashes, then automatically we can minimize rework, we can minimize the workload, then it can improve mental well-being. So from my view, BIM is a tool to streamline the process on site, to improve efficiency. As a result, it also can reduce workload, reduce coordination requirements, then this can lead to better mental well-being.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Riza. Would you like to add up several things, Dr. Shangzheng and Dr. Nur Hidayah, before we move on to our last question? No?
Okay, I agree with Dr. Riza. It's actually hard. It's difficult to synergize between the BIM and the mental health among the workers. So I agree that the BIM is actually a tool that is a simulation computer aid. As for example, we can use the BIM to identify the risk, or as for example, we can use the BIM during pre and during project. Okay, as for example, we can identify, is there any faulty on the design, on the construction? So when we confidence with the safe resilience construction project, so that it can bring to the mental health, people will feel safe and health at the construction, even though stay in the building. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, I would like to add one more point.
Yes.
According to our research, in terms of the stress, one of the most important problems of mental health, the demanding working requirements is one of the critical job stresses for construction professionals. This includes long working hours, heavy workload. So if BIM can reduce the workload of the construction professionals and reduce the working time of construction professionals, this will reduce the level of stress of construction professionals. However, in China, some projects are in the not right direction, I think. Some clients required the contractors to work out a BIM model even after the design has been completed. In fact, the BIM is most effective to be used to achieve the best performance during the design process, to avoid any conflicts of the components, for example. However, at the construction stage, we should focus on construction activities. At this moment, if the client requests the contractor to work out the BIM related with design, this is additional work for them. So they will feel frustrated. In this case, I think the BIM can add the workload and long working times. This will lead to the high level of stress of these professionals. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sangjang, for your insightful insights in your research in worker stress as well. So Let me move on to our last question in this first session. This is from Mrs. Yeni from Universitas Erlangga to Dr. Riza Yosia. As a worker, what can be done if the psychosocial risk comes from a direct superior according experiences in Australia? Dr. Riza, you can answer it first, then I will read another question for Dr. Nur Hidayah and Dr. Shangzang. Dr. Riza, the mic is yours.
So in Australia, we do have a mechanism to manage this kind of behavior. Let's say there's a bullying behavior. So it is a requirement of an employer or a company to actually manage psychosocial risk. It's recently added, I think, I can't remember exactly, either last year or 2 years ago. So now psychosocial hazards are part of requirements by construction companies to be managed. So Safe Work Australia has this requirement. So therefore, if there is, let's say, an instance of bullying or unreasonable, unethical behavior by supervisors, the employee or the workers actually can report first at the company level, the HR or the manager of the supervisor. If the response from them is not satisfactory, then this can be brought to the government institutions to manage the process, like Safe Work Australia, or even the department of the kind of like the labor department. So there is a pathway for employees to report psychosocial hazards which come from direct supervisor.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for your insightful answers as well. And I would like to read the question to Dr. Nur Hidayah from Mrs. Yeni. Lately in Indonesia, there have been many accidents on toll roads. What do you think the problem is, and what can we do to prevent it related to toll road construction according to your experiences in Malaysia?
Okay, thank you for the question. About the accident on the toll road, is that the toll is hit by the vehicles or the like buses or the car? I'm not really understand about the questions, but in Malaysia, the cases about the case related to the toll road accident is very low, you know. I think just a few, I think 10 years ago, the toll road accident due to the bus hit the toll road, the toll, you know, the toll signal. Okay, so in my view, we can apply the suitable or appropriate material or pavement at the road area, at the toll area, so that it can reduce the speed of the vehicles. So I think that is one of the steps to avoid or to reduce the accident at the toll road. So we can apply the material that comply to the international standards, etc. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm grateful for your enlightening response based on your experience in Malaysia, Dr. Nur Hidayah. And lastly, it's from the same person, from Mrs. Yeni. The question is to Dr. Sangjang. Most construction workers come from subcontractors who may have lower occupational health and safety awareness due to education and competence. What are your suggestions regarding this according to your experiences as well in China? Dr. Shangzhang, the mic is yours.
Thank you for the question. In fact, aging is a problem in the construction industry in China in recent years. Because for young graduates, it is not decent to work on construction site. Even they can find a job in other lower payment discipline, they they will not enter into the industry. This is a problem. The second problem is that for this aging population of construction workers, they have lower education, they have lower awareness of safety. But for some big companies, they pay special attention to invest in the training of these construction workers. Some of the companies also became professional or special construction worker companies, providing resources for these subcontracting workers, such as carpenters, steel workers. These companies are also invest a lot to improve the productivity, safety awareness, and also their technical competence of the construction workers. I think generally it is very challenging to improve the situation currently in China. However, with the adoption of the building information modeling, prefabrication, some of the construction activities can be completed in factories. These workers can be well managed because for some construction sites, the construction workers will leave this company after the job's been done. But for a prefabrication factory, the construction workers will work longer or even for many years. This will provide a better opportunity for the employers to invest in the training of these construction workers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kang Zhang. Because of the time limitation for this first session today, I would like to close our question and answer sessions. Thank you very much to all participants who've already asked the questions to our distinguished speakers. And also I appreciate your expertise with us for sharing your experiences, your expertise to all the speakers. And I would like to conclude this insightful session for the first session. The pivotal role of human resources and then development and leadership in fostering a strong safety culture is really important. So there will be no competing priorities between occupational health and safety and the productivity as well. So let's move on to our next agenda. I would love to present the certificate to our distinguished speakers. The first one is the certificate to Dr. Riza Yosia Sunindijo, to Dr. Putri Ayuni Alayanur. The floor is yours. Please deliver the certificate to Professor Riza Yosia.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for welcome. Hopefully we can work together on another event and you can come to UNER in not in webinar again, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Putri and Dr. Riza. For the next one is the certificate delivery to Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul. And Dr. Putri, would you like to deliver the certificate as well?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul from UMPSA. Thank you for your presentation. Hopefully we can work together on another event, on another project, and on another situation. Thank you.
Okay, most welcome.
And last but not least, I welcome Dr. Shang Zhang to receive the certificate of the speaker from Dr. Putri Alayanur as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sangzam. Thank you. Hopefully we can work another project, another event, and you can work together with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Riza, Dr. Nur Hidayah, and Dr. Shang Zhang, also Dr. Putri as the head of this agenda today, our international webinar. And lastly, to close our first session, let me lead you to our group photo session together. So to all the participants, I welcome you to open your video so we can take our virtual pictures together. All right. Okay, I would like to take the picture. 1, 2, 3. All right, for another one. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much to all the participants who have already attended our first session meeting today. And I would love to give back the presentation and the next session to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much for your nice attention for this first session. I'm Jainta Anissa Syaiful, and thank you very much for your attention. I will deliver the session to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dainta, for leading the first main lecture section wonderfully. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will distribute certificates and materials at the end of the event when participant fills in the attendance link. So please make sure for the all participants to fill in the attendance link that we will give in the second session. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next we will enter the session 2 of the main lecture, where the speakers are Insinyur Subhan and Dr. Indriati Paskarini. In the session, will be leading by Mr. Dani. Hello, Mr. Dani.
Hello,
Okay,
Miss
thank you.
Pian. Can you hear my voice
Yeah, sure.
clearly?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we start the second session, let me read Mr. Dani's CV. Dani Nasirul Haki, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan Keselamatan Kerja, is a lecturer at the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga, specializing in occupational health and safety. Born in Gresik, he actively engages in various professional activities, including serving as the head of the Occupational Health and Safety section and secretary of the Master of Occupational Health and Safety program at Universitas Airlangga. He is involved in research projects, such as the Safety Culture Majority Level Study at PT Petrokimia Gresik and the implementation of the fatigue risk management system at Exxon Mobil Cepu. Mr. Dani also an active member of professional organizations like the Indonesian Economic Association and the Indonesian Occupational Health Expert Association, with a master's degree in occupational health and safety, and currently pursuing his doctorate now. Mr. Dani, he is dedicated to improving occupational health standard across various sector. Okay, Mr. Dani, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pian. Okay, hello everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you still stay tuned in this international webinar because in the second section we have a very interesting material that this material will be delivered by Dr. Indriati Paskarini, SHMKes, and Insinyur Subhan, STM, PSDA, IPU, ASEAN Engineering. Before this material delivered, Ms. Bian already introduced myself, and I can emphasize that my name is Dani Nasrul Haki and become a moderator for the section agenda, the last agenda. So all of the participants, you can follow this material, and if you have any question, you can write in the chat box or directly in the end of this section, you can ask this question for the speaker. Okay, for the first speaker in the second agenda, I will introduce. Okay, the first is Dr. Indriati Paskarini, SHMKes. She is an associate professor at the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga, currently holds the position of as the coordinator of master's program in occupational health and safety, and she has extensive experience in industrial psychology, occupational safety and health, corporate sector, OS promotion and ergonomic. Her research focused on well-being, quality of life, mental health, and occupational health, with numerous publications in international journal. She is a certified expert in general occupational health and safety and certified PUBLON's academic peer review, and Dr. Indriati Paskarini, an international journal reputation reviewer, PMC Public Health Inquiry, and she also a reviewer for accredited national journal Scopus Index, the Indonesian Journal of Occupational Safety and Health. Dr. Indiati Paskarini will you are in this venue. Hello, Dr. Indiati Paskarini.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Dani.
Okay, okay. For the first, you can deliver the material. You have the 30 minutes to deliver the material about the accident in industrial construction. For Dr. Indrati Paskarini, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dani. I will share my presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay. The material can slideshow. Okay, I can see this material.
Sorry. Please wait a minute, please. Ini dibuka dulu, Bu. Ya sudah saya buka. Cuman kok ininya jadi ke ini. Saya.
Okay. For the audience, you can see the share screen for Dr. Indiati Paskarini. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. This problem.
Okay.
What is problem? Okay, thank you, Mr. Danny. You can share my PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
To the Honorable Dr. Otto Irianto, SIP, MA, Dr. Risa Yosia Sunindya, Dr. Nur Hidayah binti Abdul, Dr. Sang Zhang, Insinyur Subhan, to the honorable lecturers and beloved audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Indriati, a lecturer in the Occupational Health and Safety Department. I'm also currently holding a position as the coordinator of the Occupational Health and Safety Master Program, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga. I'm honored to deliver my presentation under the title Accident in the Construction Sector. As we all know, the construction sector is one of the most risky sectors in the occupational world. Construction sector having diverse workers, equipments, project, and any other aspect that we will discuss further in this moment. Slide 2. Slide 2, please. Yeah, thank you. Our focus today will be on examining global and national accident data, understanding the causes of this accident, particularly the fatal fall, analyzing accident theories like the Swiss cheese and diamond theories, discussing safety approach, including owner industry perspectives and the leadership, culture, and behavior approach. Slide 3. Now let's dive into this global and national data. The construction industry having one of the highest occupational fatality rates worldwide. The International Labor Organization estimate a staggering 60,000 fatal construction accidents annually, which translate to a life loss every 10 minutes. In Indonesia, the construction sector contributes significantly to the overall occupational accident count. In 2023, there were more than 300,000 occupational accidents in Indonesia, with construction sector holds the highest number. Based on Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the USA paints a similar picture. In 2023, they recorded more than 5,000 fatal occupational accidents across all sectors, with construction tragically leading the way with 1,075 deaths. Looking closer at Indonesia statistics, we see a consistent trend in the construction sector's contribution to workplace accident. Throughout 2024, the percentage of construction-related accidents hovered around 0.9% of the total reported cases. The data underscores the urgent need to address safety concern within Indonesia construction industry. Next, please. Okay. Construction had more deaths than any other industry in 2022. This chart illustrates the high fatality rate in the US construction industry compared other sectors in 2022. It's a visual reminder of the risks faced by construction workers and the importance of our efforts to improve safety. I will show you two construction accident cases that were happened in Indonesia. Case 1, this tragic incident in Lamongan Regency. A worker was fatally struck by a concrete block during demolition. Highlight the risk associated with falling object. It underscores the need for proper safety protocols, including risk assessment, safe work procedures, and personal protective equipment. Case 2.
Mudah-mudahan. Punya air.
This case from Tulungagung.
Apa?
A worker fell from the top floor of a restaurant under construction, emphasizes the dangers of falls from height. It reinforces the importance of fall protection system as protection and proper training for workers at height. Accident causation. Now, let's dive into the causes of these accidents. In this construction industry, 4 primary cases, often referred to as the fatal 4, account for a disproportionately high number of fatalities. These are falls, being struck by an object, electrocutions, and getting caught in or between objects. Understanding and mitigating this hazard is crucial to preventing accident. Fatal injuries by accident type. This graph provides a breakdown of fatal injuries by accident type in the UK construction industry. Falls from height are the leading cause of fatalities, followed by being struck by an object. This data help us prioritize safety intervention based on the most prevalent risks. Next slide. Yeah, accident is the sequence of cause-effect events. All right. Let's dive deeper into understanding how accidents happen in the construction industry. We will use a classic theory called the domino effect to illustrate this. Imagine a line of dominoes. When one falls, it triggers the next, and so on, ultimately leading to an accident. Now, let's see how this plays out on a construction site. This theory highlights the importance of addressing root causes and not just the immediate triggers of accident. The first domino, lack of control, represent the systemic issues that set the stage for accidents. This could be a lack of clear safety policies and procedures, or maybe communication on site is a bit chaotic. In construction, where you have so many moving parts, different trades, and ever-changing environments, having strong control measures is absolutely essential. Next up, we have basic causes. The underlying factors that contribute to unsafe conditions. Think about personal factors, like a worker who's fatigued, stressed, or just new to the job and lacking experience. Moreover, in Indonesia itself, construction workers are super diverse when we talk about their personal indicators. Starting from their education, knowledge, culture, and characteristic. It is also often happening that the construction workers who build the building are casual or daily workers that are recruited freely by the supervisors. Thus, it is a bit challenging for the industries to monitor and control their health and safety aspect. Then, there are work factors. When the equipment is not properly maintained or hazardous material are not handled correctly, these are the things that might not seem like immediate threats, but can definitely contribute to an accident. Now we get to the immediate causes, the direct action or condition that trigger an accident. This could be someone not wearing their personal protective equipment, or maybe a work area is cluttered and becomes a hazard. These are the things that supervisors and workers need to be vigilant about on a day-to-day basis. The incident itself, the actual event, a fall from height, someone getting struck by an object, an electrocution, or someone getting caught in machinery, these are the things we all want to avoid. But they can happen if we don't address those early dominoes. And finally, loss. Represent the consequences. This could be injuries to workers, damage to equipment or materials, project delays, and in the worst cases, fatalities. These losses impact not only the individuals involved, but also the project, the company, and even society as a whole. So, what's the takeaway from this domino effect theory? It's about being proactive, not reactive. We cannot wait for accident to happen. We need to identify and address those root causes. The lack of control and basic causes before they even have a chance to trigger the chain reaction. Think about building in multiple layers of protection. We need engineering control, administrative controls, and of course, personal protective equipment. But we also need to focus on the human side of things, training, awareness, and creating a strong safety culture where everyone feels responsible for their own safety and the safety of others. By understanding this domino effect and taking a proactive approach, we can make a real difference in construction safety. It's about being vigilant, identifying those potential dominoes, and taking action to prevent them from falling. That's how we create a safer work environment for everyone. Next slide. Theory of accident. Now, let's explore some theoretical frameworks that help us understand how accidents occur. Over the years, various accident theories have been developed. It's offering a unique perspective on the complex interplay of factors leading to accidents. Some notable examples include Henry's domino theory, the Swiss cheese theory, and the diamond theory. The Swiss cheese theory illustrates how accidents occur when multiple layers of defense fall. Each layer, represented by a slice of cheese, has potential weaknesses or holes. When these holes align, it creates a path for an accident to occur. This theory emphasizes the importance of having multiple layers of protection and addressing latent failures with systems. Next slide. Okay, diamond event in accident theory. The diamond theory focuses on the events leading up to an accident and their potential consequences. It's helped us understand the different levels of harm that can result from an accident, ranging from minor injuries to fatalities. Now, let's look at the diamond theory. This theory visually represents the relationship between the frequency and severity of injuries. Starting at the bottom of the diamond, we see that it's wider, representing a larger number of accidents, and these accidents are typically less severe, like minor cuts or sprains. As we move up the diamond, it narrows, indicating that those events, like serious injuries or fatalities, are less frequent, but the severity is much higher. Okay, construction safety approach. Now, let's shift our focus to safety approaches in the construction industry. Project owners and the industry as a whole play a vital role in fostering a safety culture. This involves setting clear safety objectives, monitoring performance, and celebrating successes. It's about creating an environment where safety is a top priority. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Owner's approach to safety. A proactive owner's approach to safety involves several key elements, including having a comprehensive safety culture, demonstrating visible safety leadership, and implementing project safety approach. This action contribute to a strong safety culture on construction project. Set up the project for safety. Careful contractor selection is crucial. Owners should prioritize contractors with good safety records and comprehensive safety management system. Additionally, setting up the project for safety involves good contractor selection, incorporating appropriate contracting in the construction industry, conducting engineer safety. Monitor and control safety performance. Owners should actively participate in safety meetings and discussions, and demonstrating their commitment to safety. It also crucial to learn from accidents and incidents, focusing on preventing reoccurrences through root cause analysis and corrective actions. Reinforcing positive safety behaviors and involving all levels in safety decisions are also essential. Celebrating safety performance. While remaining vigilant, it's important to celebrate safety achievements. Recognizing everyone's contributions and learning from successes help foster a positive safety culture. Celebrating milestones, big or small, reinforce the importance of safety and motivate continued improvement. Leadership culture behavior approach. The leadership culture behavior approach emphasizes the interconnectedness of leadership, culture, and behavior in driving safety performance. Strong leadership sets the tone for a positive safety culture, which in turn influences individual and collective behavior. This approach highlights the importance of leadership commitments and employee engagement in creating a safe working environment. Implementation of safety work culture. This slide lists various elements that contribute to an effective safety work culture. This includes safety of frontline workers, for example, regular safety inspection to increase the awareness. Increase organization safety commitment and reputation, like safety trainings. Finally, the most effective safety work culture items are not limited to safety committee meetings, daily safety briefings, and ongoing training, etc. Implementing this measure can significantly enhance safety awareness and prevent accidents. Next slide. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Accident reduction strategies. The slide outline key strategies for accident reduction, including safety planning and programming, effective communication and engagement, competency training, utilizing technology for documentation and reporting. By focusing on these areas, construction companies can create a safer working environment and minimize the risk of accident. Okay. Thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation has shed light on the critical issues of accident in the construction sector and the importance of proactive safety measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Indriati Paskarini for the deliver of the material for the second section, and very nice material about the preventive accident in the construction industry. For the audience, we have the last interesting material can be delivered by Insinyur Subhan STMP SDA IPU ASEAN Engineering. Okay, for Insinyur Subhan, you are here?
Okay, Pak Dhani. Thank you. I hear you.
Okay, I will introduce yourself first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can introduce the Insinyur Subhan. He is a president PT Waskita Transjaya Toll Road, and she as a chair. Sorry. He has a chairman of the QHSE Forum for State-Owned Enterprise in the Construction, and he is a vice chairman World Safety Organization Indonesia, and also Insinyur Subhan as a chairman of Commission 2 National Occupational Safety and Health Council appointed by the Ministry of Manpower, and he is a vice chairman Kadin Indonesia Infrastructure and Public Work and Public Housing PUPR, and also he is a Secretary General of the Indonesia Security Services Users Association and advisor Indonesia Construction Company Association, and also he is a certified expert in HAZOP, oil and gas, occupational safety and health, and project management, and very nice prestation for Insinyur Subhan become a best Digital Innovation Waskita Award in 2022 and Best ASEAN Engineering Award Cambodia, top second participant SOA Innovation School, and recognized as a top talent by Waskita Karya in 2021 until 2022. Very extraordinary for his curriculum vitae. Okay, thank you. And then Miss Insinyur Subhan will be delivered the last material for all the participants. If you have a question, you can write in the chat box, or you can directly answer in the end of this section. Thank you. For Insinyur Subhan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dani. Would you like to help me to share screen our material presentation from the committee? Yeah. My name is Subhan. Now I am as the Vice Chairman in WSO, World Safety Organization, also in Chairman of Forum QHSE State-Owned Enterprises in Construction. It is very big opportunity and amazing event, yeah, in this month, considering that the National Occupational Safety and Health Month in Indonesia, yeah. Next slide. I will sharing a little, yeah, about the construction improvement in safety and digitalization. Yeah, I think KHSE or Quality, Healthy, Safety and Hero is same with the managing risk or mitigation for loss prevention and to get the sustainability business. We know about the safety implementing is fundamental critical point, yeah, for the productivity, for the cost saving and effective process business. Next slide. Yeah, I share for the evolution of safety management in Indonesia. Next slide. From previous condition, sign the occupational safety and health only focusing in unsafe act and unsafe condition during 1911 till 1930. Yeah. Till now, 2025, we will approach to the next step or modern scheme in risk behavior and then environment, social governance, based safety. So in construction, especially, we very optimistic that the implementing safety in construction will be increased and get the strong supporting from the key stakeholder, yeah, because each ministry sectoral like Ministry of Public Work, Ministry of Energy and Oil and Gas also have the management system of safety sectoral. It's the public for especially for the construction and oil and gas. Next. Next slide. Yeah, we see the screen, yeah, that the business industry now from the Indonesia government is very integration law with the Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja or Omnibus Law. In this regulation that the occupational safety and health and the business continuity plan is very integrated, yeah, very integrated. So in our sector construction, we from the industry or contractor must be implementing safety mandatory, because if safety implementing not going well, since the bidding process is failed. Yeah, like this lah. Next. Also from the Indonesia part of work safety and health, yeah, many sector like in general sector, oil and gas, forestry sector, food sectors, and also in construction sectors, yeah. Construction sectors will be depend safety implementing with 4K. 4K, K number one is kesehatan, ya, kesehatan healthy, so keselamatan safety, keamanan security, and then keberlanjutan or sustainability. The 4K principle is very strong commitment from our key stakeholder for us in construction industry. Next slide. Yeah, for the success implementing in safety construction to get the good productivity and repeat order or national construction competitiveness, we need the integration about the occupational safety and health, focusing in employee safety and workplace safety, yeah, and the safety of installation or similar or popular in the industrial sector is safety engineering, yeah. This is very important if we get the combination about the K3 and safety engineering. So the business must be well done lah, and then the profit or revenue can be approached with the target. Next slide. In best practice, that the accident or incident causes not only by the employee factor, yeah, or human factor, but also it can be causes by the workplace condition, yeah. Now we can get the global issue about the environment, about the climate change, and the others one. If employee or human factor can be mitigated and the workplace risk can be mitigated, yeah, with us, I think the result of the good product or good services in construction sector is better in the future. Next slide. The last one and last slide in our presentation. In construction sectors, any roadmap for the implementing excellent safety and strengthening the human resources and competencies, yeah. From the first step, like the standard-based strategy, what should we do? And then compliant-based strategy, what do I have to do? And continuous improvement-based strategy, how can I improve based on my experience? And the last journey is the risk-based strategy and culture. There is how we can our industry, construction industry, do the safety based implementing in the sectoral, yeah. Better managing risk, yeah, better managing risk and ESG concern. So with this good roadmap, we optimistic that in the future construction sector Indonesia get the increasing about the national construction competitiveness. If we bidding in another country or global project, we can get the benefit or value to winning the bidding. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Insinyur Subhan, for deliver your very interesting material about the construction industry in BUMN, especially the industry in the government in Indonesia. Okay, for the audience, do you have a question for this section? Ya, kepada para Bapak Ibu hadirin seminar internasional, jika ada pertanyaan kepada beliau-beliau, kebetulan beliau langsung dari Indonesia begitu ya, bisa langsung disampaikan dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih jelas dan dipahami begitu. Kepada Nur Aini Fitri. Oke, raise hand Nur Aini Fitri. Silahkan Nur Aini Fitri, jika ada pertanyaan, you can direct ask the question with bahasa or English. It's up to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for Dr. Indriati Paskarini for the presentation. I want to ask you uh, about your presentation. According to BCI Central, there's good news that Indonesia's total market for the construction project in 2025 is estimated to grow by 5%, 5% something compared to 2024. So, by the growth of the project, please explain about the challenges in the industry construction in Indonesia. Thank you.
For Nur Aini Fitri, this question for Dr. Indriati Paskarini. That's right. Okay, for Dr. Indriati.
Okay, Mr. Dani, thanks, Nur Aini Fitri, for your question. Okay, it's about the challenge in the construction industry. Yeah, for the challenge itself, we all know that in Indonesia, the owners of the construction project maybe didn't put a lot of concern and commitment to their employees regarding their health and safety aspect. It is because there are many types of workers that work in this sector, such as daily or casual workers. Moreover, there are diverse cultures, characteristics, and working types in the construction sector that make this sector a lot more complicated regarding their health and safety. Thus, we need to address this issue through the owner's approach in occupational health and safety. Okay, Mr. Dani.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indrati. So the accident is in the construction industry is highest
Yeah,
in the
highest.
highest in Indonesia for the
Yeah.
several sector because it's more complicated for the
Yeah.
human resources and for the material and for the tasks and the activity also in the industry construction industry. Okay, thank you, Dr. Indati Paskarini. Okay, and for the other audience, do you have a question again? Oke, jadi sambil menunggu for waiting the question for another question from the audience, mungkin di sini saya sedikit bertanya ya kepada Bapak Subhan. Nah, kira-kira di dalam forum BUMN HSE ya Pak ya, dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja Pak ya supaya lebih santai begitu. Kira-kira Pak, mengenai kecelakaan ataupun penerapan K3 di sektor konstruksi itu kan tadi disampaikan bahwa masih tetap tinggi. Kira-kira ada nggak kira-kira the specific strategi ataupun langkah-langkah yang dilakukan sehingga kecelakaan itu bisa diminimalisir keberadaannya terutama di Indonesia begitu Pak. Terima kasih.
Ya, makasih Pak Dr. Dani atas pertanyaannya. Nah, strateginya sih sebetulnya mungkin tidak baru-baru banget lah ya. Cuman sekarang kan kita ada opportunity yaitu teknologi implementation or digitalisasi. Jadi digitalisasi ini cukup membantu kami di sektor industri khususnya untuk menyentuh semua remote area project. Because the project location is a very remote area around Indonesia ya. Jadi itu yang membuat kita terpacu untuk memantapkan implementasi safety yang berdaya gitu. Dengan implementasi teknologi misalnya penggunaan CCTV. CCTV kan dari zaman dulu sudah ada gitu ya, tapi sekarang kita integrasikan dengan AI misalnya. Di AI kan supaya nanti yang tidak patuh terdeteksi warna merah, misalnya orangnya warna merah, kalau yang patuh warna hijau misalnya. Yang separuh-separuh warna kuning, sehingga nanti tidak ada near miss yang tidak terpantau dan tidak ada potensial hazard yang tidak termitigasi atau tidak tertreatment gitu ya. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, membuat sadar semua yang terlibat di proyek untuk peduli dan lindungi ya, peduli dan lindungi dari sumber bahaya apapun, apapun itu ya, apalagi yang terkait dengan operasional hazard. Yang tidak operasional hazard pun seperti psychological. Yang sekarang dengan adanya handphone kan ada hazard baru nih Pak Dani ya, psychological hazard ya. Fatigue, kemudian mental, bullying, harassment dan sebagainya itu juga potensi terhadap masalah ketiga. Yang ketiga itu empower all the employee for concern and awareness in safety implementing. Dengan cara 5K Pak Dani, komitmen bersama, keteladanan, kedisiplinan, kompak dan konsisten. Nah, itu kuncinya sebenarnya. Ketika semua orang sudah punya mindset yang sama dengan 5K tadi, sasaran Kementerian PU dalam hal ini menerapkan sistem manajemen keselamatan konstruksi dengan 4 prinsipal tadi, keamanan, keselamatan, kesehatan, keberlanjutan itu tidak mustahil lah bisa kita wujudkan. Ya paling tidak mengurangi resikonya, jumlahnya dikurangi atau tingkat keparahannya juga dikurangi. Syukur kalau semua concern sampai dengan tidak terjadinya persoalan-persoalan itu. Nah ini perlu gotong royong nih Pak Dhani, perlu gotong royong, perlu improvement terus-menerus dan saling mengingatkan dibantu dengan IT atau digitalisasi. Karena semua peraturan perundangannya sudah cukup banyak dan komplit ya. Makasih Pak Dhani.
Ya, terima kasih Pak. Wah, jawabannya sangat komprehensif ya dari sisi manajemen dan dari sisi teknis semuanya sudah disentuh begitu Pak ya. Nah ini ada pertanyaan melanjutkan sekalian ke Pak Subhan dari Ibu Kurnianti Herdi. Assalamualaikum Bapak. Saya ingin bertanya kepada Bapak Subhan, saat ini masa krisis efisiensi BUMN sehingga banyak PHK yang terjadi saat ini. Bagaimana pemberdayaan SDM yang berkualitas untuk meningkatkan mutu kerja dan safety awareness dalam Kementerian PUPR? Gitu Bapak. Di chat box.
Oke, makasih Pak Dhani.
Oke.
Saya mungkin sebelumnya bukan dalam kapasitas menjawab karena ditanyakan ke Kementerian PU ya dan ke pemerintah. Namun ini hanya sharing ya, hanya sharing dan tidak bermaksud untuk menjawab karena memang bukan kewenangan kami. Sharingnya adalah banyak kok yang bisa dilakukan kalau kita punya kompetensi. Seorang ahli K3 yang kompeten, ditambah misalnya lulusan FKM UNER gitu ya, itu akan bisa menjadi entrepreneur. Entrepreneur itu bisa saja sharing ilmu lewat digital, menjadi content creator atau safety influencer, atau safety ambassador dan sebagainya lah. Dan mereka juga bisa menjadi in-house trainer di company, di corporate, di institusi dan sebagainya ya. Ini bicara profesional safety. Jadi nggak usah khawatir karena lulusan FKM itu menurut kami di industri paling luas kerjanya, bisa di bank, bisa di migas, bisa jadi direktur di perusahaan dan lain-lain karena semua membutuhkan gitu loh ya. Yang kedua, part of ESG, implementing atau green bond atau green financial rating, pendanaan global, itu part of-nya adalah K3. Jadi orang K3 pun bisa jadi konsultan misalnya di appraisal untuk rating pendanaan global misalnya dan sebagainya. Untuk menyusun skema dan juga implementasi K3 best practice akurat dan efektif seperti apa gitu ya. Terus bicara dengan risiko PHK memang betul setiap hal kan selalu ada dinamika dan risiko. Ya. Namun pasti itu sudah dipikirkan oleh Kementerian Teknik terkait bagaimana mensubstitusi risiko. Kan dalam manajemen risiko kan ada substitusi, ada eliminasi, ada rekayasa dan sebagainya gitu ya. Mungkin akan dipilih hierarki pengendalian risiko PHK yang paling memungkinkan untuk saat ini. Misalnya substitusi sektoral. Misalnya tadi konstruksi anggarannya berkurang, kan bisa dialihkan ke sektoral yang tidak terkait langsung dengan efisiensi, misalnya kesehatan, pendidikan, sektor real, kemaritiman dan sebagainya, pangan misalnya ya, pertanian kan bisa juga nanti. Ya kita harus optimis lah ya, semua hal yang menakutkan di media atau apa tuh kita anggap jangan sebagai kendala, tapi sebagai tantangan supaya kita, kata orang Jawa Timur ya, ngakal lah, ngakal gimana caranya itu bisa terkurangi resikonya dan kemudian kita tetap berkarya. Itu kira-kira Pak Dani. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Subhan. Semoga bisa menjawab dari pertanyaan Ibu Kurniati Herdi. Berikutnya adalah the second question in the chat box. There is a question from Siva Ula Hamid. Mungkin nanti yang pertama Bu Indri nanti bisa menanggapi terkait dengan pertanyaan Siva Ula Hamid. Regarding the construction sector, what are your perspectives on small-scale construction project, such as residential building construction and other small-scale construction activities? A common issue observed is the non-compliance of small-scale civil construction worker with the use of personal protective equipment and their disregard for occupational safety and health regulation. In your opinion, what the role should the government and occupational health and safety play in addressing this issue? Jadi pertanyaannya terkait dari Siva Ula Hamid adalah bagaimana terkait dengan penerapan K3 di industri kecil, sektor industri kecil, bidang konstruksi misalnya pada pembangunan sektor di rumah ataupun yang kecil-kecil itu pada umumnya mereka adalah yang dikeluhkan mengenai compliance to personal protective using personal protective equipment, penggunaan PPE dan pelanggaran peraturan. Mohon tanggapan dari Dr. Indrati Paskarini first and then Bapak Subhan. Terima kasih. Ya. Ibu Dokter, ya.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's about the role of government. Yeah, okay. The role of government will be in enhancing the policy and rules according the construction safety in small project. For example, the policy can be showed by law of Ministry of Public Works and Housing. They already published the policy for occupational health and safety for construction workers. Moreover, government can subsidizing the PPA, the developing simplified occupational health and safety guidelines, and enabling community safety programs. Yeah, I know it is not easy, yeah, to address this issue, but it have 2. Oke.
Oke, jadi harus ya Bu Indri
Yeah.
akan memberikan penekanan kepada aturan begitu ya.
Yeah.
Ya, oke. Terima kasih. Thank you for the answer for Dr. Indri. And then to Bapak Subhan.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dani. I think agree ya with Bu Indri that the small middle enterprises can be better implementing in safety with benchmarking to the similar scale about the compliant to regulation, about the implementing standard PPA, and also about the effective management. Because small middle enterprises not same with the big company ya, but always any solution in limited condition lah. Dalam kondisi yang tidak standar, perusahaan kecil selalu ada cara untuk bisa lebih baik. Terima kasih Pak Dani.
Very much to Mr. Subhan for the answering this question. So I think the human resources in the industrial construction is the degree of the education, it's the lowest, yes. So the training, the increased giving the information continues its improvement to realize about their knowledge and the ability in this industrial construction. Okay, thank you very much. For the audience, there is a question again for the final section in this agenda. If there is no question, I'm become a moderator for this final agenda in this internal seminar. I can give the conclusion for this section that accident in industrial construction is very high in this industrial construction. So it's more important to attention about the human resources and make the digitalization to give the solution and attention and protect about the people in the surrounding of the industrial construction and empowerment like 5K. Previously, Mr. Subhan delivered this about the strategy. Thank you very much for Dr. Subhan and Dr. Indrati Paskarini for this time to deliver this best experience and knowledge for your expertise. Thank you very much. Okay, and thank you very much for the audience, for all you keep attention for this material. And the next agenda to Bupian for the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dani, for leading the second main lecture session wonderfully. Before we go to the next agenda, we want to give certificate to Insinyur Subekan and Dr. Indriati Paskarini. For Dr. Putri, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dr. Indriati Paskarini, for being a speaker of this international webinar. Thank you, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm happy that I could contribute sharing my expertise in this webinar. Thank you very much.
Insinyur Subekan. Okay, thank you, Dr. Putri and Dr. Indriati Paskarini. For the next, Insinyur Subekan. And then Dr. Putri, please give the certificate to Insinyur Subekan.
Yeah, thank you, Insinyur Subhan, MPSTA, IPU, ICN Engineering. Thank you for being a speaker of this international webinar. I hope we can continue our coordination and our collaboration for next event, Pak Subhan. Thank you, Pak Subhan.
Ya, thank you, Pak Yu. we will repeat event and more big, more benefit and globally lah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Bu Ayu.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Subhan and Dr. Putri. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will distribute certificates and materials of this event to your email. Please fill the attendance link. I already gave it the link to your chat box in the Zoom, and you can also scan from the barcode that we give in the in this Zoom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of our session on this agenda, we would like to thank you very much for the support from all parties so that the activity strengthening human resources in the construction industry for improving occupational safety and health and productivity in commemoration of the National Occupational Safety and Health Month 2025 can run smoothly. In particular, we would like to thank the participant for their attendance today. Hopefully the knowledge again today will be useful. See you next time, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Udah ya.